am alive!
How are we to trust one who venerates the Spider Queen?
Hello, a cracker? Huh?
Greetings!
I shall strive to help all those under me.
Hello, happy Friday. Welcome, Barden, who probably cannot hear me right now because he's lurking and avoiding the Disco Elysium streams. And hello, Parrotwise, and hello, lurkers. Glad to have you all here. Not that we are very crowded today, but you know, still. Cricketer. Yeah, I think I need some sort of sound for any roll. Maybe a dice rolling sounds when the roll is made before anything else. Maybe something like that, I don't know. Like every time we hear a 666 dice, sided dice rolling sound first, and then we hear whatever else is coming. Anyway, I will try to find something for it. So yeah, we will continue this Elysium. I changed day 3 at the bottom bar to session 3 because it was causing some confusion among people, I believe. I think more than a few people thought that I was in day 2 yesterday. In fact, it was my stream day 2, stream 2, not Disco Elysium day 2. You know, the terminologies clashed, so I changed it to session. Should be a little more clarifying. And in fact, we are going to start in-game day 2 today, where we left off yesterday. We have finished day 1 at the end of the stream yesterday, after a couple of rough sequences. And, you know, we laughed a lot in day 1, but the day ended on a really heavy and rough tone, making us realize just how screwed up Harry actually is, if we had not before. And so I've been thinking that I need more volition in my character. You know what, let's just jump into the game since we don't have any boosts or anything. Let's jump into the game and speak with the game screen open. You know, maybe a little bit of short discussion before we actually start playing the game. So one unfortunate thing that I want to mention, which has nothing to do with the gameplay itself, is the copyright of the music. The soundtrack I played on the first day when I was reading Wikipedia, etc., the music composed by British Sea Power is fully copyrighted, and you know, you can put them on your YouTube videos, but you won't be able to monetize the videos, even if your channel is eligible. So,
Momo.
Fake game too. So, I accepted that I don't even earn money from YouTube anyway. But I didn't like copyrighted material on my videos regardless, but I accepted that it was covering most of the first day video, so I was okay with it. However, I have been playing the ambient soundtrack for the last 2 days, and even that seems to be hitting the copyright issue. And you know, there is the streamer mode option here. Streamer mode replaces certain copyrighted pieces of music with alternative tracks safe for streaming, it says. However, I noticed that YouTube still gave me copyright claims from some of the tracks that was played towards the end of the stream yesterday. I think after the 4-hour mark, there are a bunch of tracks that were still copyrighted or copyright claimed. So I noticed, in case anyone has any interest in the stuff or wants to know from my experience, I can say that any Disco Elysium music is going to cause you trouble unless either you fight for the disputes, and even then I don't know if you would be able to win. If you really want to make money from YouTube videos, I think the only way is turning off the music completely, which I want to, because I of course plan to earn some money from YouTube in the long run when I have enough followers, which is going to be in the next 3 decades or so, I assume. So, but I have accepted that I will keep the music and keep the copyright claims, and even if eligible, not make money. I think that's the better choice when it comes to this game, because the music is so great. I don't want to take it off. So that's one thing that I wanted to sell for anyone who might be interested. And let's go back to where we stopped yesterday, which is this. Yeah, this is the very beginning of day 2, and I was just saying that I believe our character needs more evolution. Hold yourself together, keep your morale up. Let's read the info. Cool for sane people, well-adjusted cops, the non-suicidal. You know, our character is giving me more and more negative vibes about his mental health, and when the second day started and he really the electrochemistry part of the brain really started to ask for speed, and withdrawal started to become more of an issue. I think we are going to need more volition. At least a little bit more, maybe at least as much as the endurance we have, 4 points. And for that I thought I could learn the magnesium-based life form to give me 2 free volition. It's already at 97%, it's pretty much ready. I just need to make a slot for it. I think that's a good idea to go for. So if we unlock this slot, we have 1 point anyway. I think that's something I need to do. Let's start the timer and do that before we start. So I am happy with all 3 of these. Wait, what is this? Is this another thing? No. What are these connections? Do they mean anything? All right. So the 2 volitions definitely going to come in handy, I think, because I want to go for a no drag run. It only indicates the currently selected thought. Yeah, I think so, because it connects randomly from either a rigorous self-critique or Ace's Law. Yeah, it just... Yeah. I think you're right. It's just a random connection. Anyway, so what I want to do today, to begin with, is retry this logic check. We couldn't yesterday after putting a point in logic, so let's do that. I don't think we can do anything in our room. Actually, maybe we could do something in our room. I don't know. Oh, they are here. Well, let's get Kim, and then we are going to maybe go back up, see if there's anything up. I kinda focused a bit on Kim.
Morning. I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing in my MC wouldn't let me sleep.
I don't know if I was ready to let him go.
Well, he's in processing now. We have other matters to attend to.
Oh well, we'll get the armored boots in another lifetime.
Yeah.
He kind of wishes you'd acknowledged his contribution, but you've missed your opportunity now.
Ah. I should have selected the other one, right?
The Union muscle finally
Oh well, I
turned
just
up,
woke up.
and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them.
Why do we need to talk to them?
Everything points to the dock workers' union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
What do you mean, Rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Are these the man guard told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Okay. There are so many of them. Maybe we should call in reinforcements.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Let's roll.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
No, we have other things to
They're
do
in no
first.
hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Magnesium-based life form. We tell them, hell no. You're about
We
to
heard
become
this.
a magnesium-based life
To a-
form. The age of the primitive carbon man is done. No
Man's
longer must
logic.
mankind rely on slow-working.
I was just going for a logic check too.
Yes?
Oh man. Bad timing exactly.
You pick over what's left of your frontal cortex, but no compelling explanations emerge.
Yeah, I get to try again, sure. I wanted to do it. I think I could have done it. Oh well. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But I'm happy with my 4 morale now. That's what's important.
Yes?
Wow.
What do you want to know? Good.
No response. A moment passes.
Hey, old fashions.
The lieutenant glances at the sports watch. on
Saturday
his wrist.
night? But it's Friday. Happy Friday. How are you, Al Fashion? Good to see you. Okay, let's look around. I kinda rushed down and... That's a disco movie? Oh, I didn't know. I had
The
no
mirror
idea.
hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror,
Electrochemistry.
adorned with.
What was that check? Impossible check. It was 18 or something. I'm good as well, thank you. Thanks for asking. Really enjoying this game. And it's getting rough. I'm starting to remember why I stopped playing this in the first place. But yeah, I'm enjoying this immensely.
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. He doesn't like where this is going.
Okay, we'll go. Hey Nix, how are you today? It's good to see you. Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. It's good to see you, Nix. Okay, let's pay the daily.
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight.
Got the 20 real?
Yes, 20 real for the night. Got a little bit of me playing it. It looks fantastic indeed. It's fantastic.
You
yeah.
got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow. Another thing.
Okay.
Great. I love those.
Garty, I saw a sign that said I couldn't go into the kitchen. Why can't I go into the kitchen?
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
But there may be something pertinent to the investigation in the kitchen.
He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must.
There's something else I want to ask.
Yes?
Actually, there's not.
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria
She's
manager.
agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
What's wrong, Lena?
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
The Cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
She
I'm
turns
glad
to
to
you.
see you again, dear.
She turns back to you with a weird smile. Sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Tell me how I might make it up to you.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Why did you need to use the phone anyway? Wait, what's wrong with the phone line? So I should remember that the lines that start with wait or similar things, which tend to be at the top, is about asking more about what was just said, and the lines that are at the bottom that end with anyway or I don't know, stuff like that with similar wording, they actually progress the conversation. So if I was to choose this, I wouldn't be able to choose this later. So I think it is generally a good idea to go from top to bottom unless you want to skip some options, which is sometimes valid.
The manager was vague about it.
She frowns.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Hard to believe all the dialogue was voiced in the game originally. I think the voice acting is done well. I am surprised that all of this is voiced even later. Because it's a lot. It's seriously a huge amount of dialogue to voice. Why did you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. It must have cost a lot. But they must have earned a lot too. I mean, this game sold very well, earned a lot of awards. What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday.
Well,
What could be keeping them?
the bridge is up. They can't go
The
past.
waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Wait, who is this Gary person? Do you trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
The waterlock to the other side of the coast is broken. They are probably just stuck over there.
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
Probably just some technical problem.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly
I
what
love
you
this.
need right now.
So this is starting
Funk up
right
that
now.
Vanilla murder investigation.
When I was playing this game in my first playthrough, the one that I left half finished, I was really impressed with the constant interdiscussion between different, especially clashing ways of thinking, your skill points basically. And it's starting now. See, Inland Empire says something on conceptualization responds negatively. It's so amazing. Game skill is insane. You mean literally? It can't have been healthy to make this. I don't know about healthy, but it's a huge accomplishment for sure. How are you, Proc? Good to see you again. Welcome back.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here. When or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So your husband is some kind of a scientist?
Oh, yes.
Hey, Zul.
A zoologist.
I'm all good, thank you. How are you?
Cryptozoologist,
It's good to see you,
to
welcome.
be more precise.
What's cryptozoology? Did you finish sanitarium yesterday?
It's a pseudoscience
I couldn't stay
that
much,
attempts
unfortunately.
to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
You know, it's pretty late when I end my stream and I couldn't stay too long after raiding you. How did sanitarium go? You didn't finish it? Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's a pseudoscientist that legitimizes research into mythological beasts and urban legends. The lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even
Yeah, it's understandable.
fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids
I hope
is
you're enjoying it.
difficult and
It's a great
often
game.
thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely
Sanitarium is
interested in
quite good.
supporting
You found the
real
last area
research.
to be a bit of a slug. I don't know. It's my favorite point and click. I love all of it. There are a couple of puzzles that are maybe not very well designed, but otherwise the story is great, the characters are great, the environments are great, the music is better than great, I'd say. It's such a good game.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Okay, suggestion. Suggestion, yes, we can try this, but we have to change our clothing first. Tell me more about morale, looks, character, your relationship.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Yeah, understandable. Next. Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for? It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How did you two meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She smiles wistfully.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I think I have all the information I need. Let's move on.
I hope I've been useful.
Tell me more about this here insect your husband is looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about it. Kim won't like it, right? Kim won't like it. But I'm curious. I want to hear about the insect. But Kim is giving me a sideways glance. What do I do? What do I do? No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Oh, yeah. Here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
She looks you in the eye and nods thoughtfully.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think the phasmid is around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reed saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
You seem really excited about this cryptid.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
So is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even.
Her face lights up at the thought of it. Okay, what's so special about this stick bug then?
Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
The woman's face flushes with embarrassment.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
That's all for now, ma'am, until I change my clothing right in front of you, because I know for a fact that I have at least one suggestion piece. Which is this. Let's see if you have anything that gives mine a suggestion. Alrighty, we have two suggestions now, two more
hello,
suggestions.
dear. There you are again.
Pretty good chance.
You're an
Come
enthusiastic
on.
idiot, but you're still an idiot.
I want to know everything about cryptids, living cryptids, extinct cryptids, marine cryptids, land cryptids. Bring it on!
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
But Kim... Aww.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those.
So the phone line is dead?
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Is it true there was foul play?
Who told you that?
I would never disclose my sources, that would be dishonorable.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of arseholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
Bye. Kim,
Yes?
why you gotta be like that, bro?
What do you want to know? Good.
No response. A moment passes.
What about me?
Kim, you are wearing a Revolutionary Air Brigade jacket, aren't you?
What? This? It's just seasonal clothing.
And those like airman pants, good for storing tools in.
Where is this going?
You see, Kim, I have this place in my head where I develop new ideas and connections.
Interesting. I think it's called the brain.
It's no mere brain.
No, normal people don't have this. It's like a mind laboratory, a spiritual R&D division. No, a palette. No, better yet, a painter's atelier of concepts.
Okay, art cup.
Okay, indeed, and in this atelier I have realized that you harbor some kind of sentiment toward the Revolutionary Air Brigade.
I do not harbor a sentiment for revolutionary air brigades in particular.
Just air brigades then?
Okay, I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force.
Are you sure the Revolutionary has got nothing to do with this?
Absolutely nothing.
Thank you, my mind is satisfied.
No.
Fine. Ask again.
The lieutenant nods.
I'm going to try this after saving though. He takes a more defensive posture. I might reload from. No, I can't ask again. I can't ask again now. Well, I deserve that. I deserve that. That's fine. The tomatoes are thin thinly sliced. You can see through them. Money.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a
We are going to skip past them. In fact, we are going to visit their room, steal their change, but not talk to them now.
My life for hire.
Hey, GG's here. How are you, buddy? It's good to see you. Photos of men in Monica's titties are big Union placards. You see hawthorn bushes outside. It's a bowl. There's spit in it, reeking of tobacco.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Squint.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in.
I'm doing
No
very
need
well,
to
thank
open
you,
it in
GG.
spring. It's still too cold outside.
It's not time yet. Can we still do this? Of course not. Let's go.
Nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman. Motionless. The wind in the yard doesn't reach the hawthorn, nor does the light come in from this window.
Divert your gaze. It's all about money. Dum 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 dum. Let's talk to the gardener. Thanks for the
Let
lurk,
me
Zoo.
handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
You lied to me. You are not a gardener.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
She points to the man on her right.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her. Could this be the Miss Beaufort that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everard sent to law school?
Are you Lizzie Elizabeth, Miss Beaufort?
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
She points to the tall man by the table.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes. In the way she stands. In her face.
Easy Leo told me about you. He likes to talk a lot.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
What's your role in all this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor.
She crosses
Do you
her
have
arms.
hearing problems?
What if I want to talk to you, not to Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
What are you going to do to me? The lieutenant is not satisfied with the approach.
What are we going to do to you?
It's a cold laughter devoid of joy.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
You shut up, I'm not talking to
If
you.
anything, it is the RCM who do things to people.
She shakes her
But
head.
we digress.
New critical hits boost. Bogu_Bogu just boosted gentlemen. Observe this humorous incomprehensive crap.
How are you finding a new one every day, Bogu? That's quite the accomplishment. Also good to see you. How are you today?
New critical hits boost. Bogu_Bogu just boosted gentlemen. Observe this humorous incomprehensive crap that's wasteful obviously.
Thanks for the boost, Bagu.
New critical hits
Oh,
boost.
we get more Gothics.
NIXED242 just boosted Gothic.
Can't force yourself to work. How did your stream go yesterday? Unfortunately, I had to say hi and leave soon after. I couldn't actually watch any of it. Did you kill Emily-san? Did you win, son? Against Emily-san, son? Thanks for the boost, Nix. 6 reloads to kill. You got 6 reloads left, so you died 20 times yesterday? Wait, you killed? You killed in your 6th try? Is that what you're saying? New character rolled. Oh, so you won. Amazing. Congratulations. Wow, well done. Well done, man. Well done. I'm proud of you, Bagu. Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people
What did you
are
make?
just dock workers.
And more importantly, what voice set it has? Does it have?
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob.
Fighter thief
Enforcing the
Patrick
unlawful
Bateman.
privatization of
Sounds
Revachol.
fun.
20 fat men in the Occident are stealing
Sounds
it
fun.
all.
Congratulations
and
again.
you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
The tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of his beer.
So ask what you came to ask. Or get back to your commanders.
You intend the Shadow Dancer, but there's no way he will be useful at all in front of Baal. What do you mean? Of course Shadow Dancers are useful. I don't know what I'm talking about though. I just love Shadow Dancers. The world needs a financial buffer zone, no need to get emotional. The privatization is not unlawful, it's cool and funny. Maybe you're just not historic individuals. So this would be some sort of centrist, this would be a liberal. I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. The RCM is principled and strong, unlike you socialists.
Remember,
This is...
the Force is your ally.
Hey, Vincino is here. Hello, Vincino. How are you today? Nice. Qui-Gon discovered. The RCM is principled and strong, unlike you socialists. So what is this? Is this the...
Abandon your foolish quest.
Yeah, what she said. What was it? Moral intern. Or moralist, I think. Is this the moralist approach? I like that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Armed uprising. What are the union's plans? You killed Lazarus last night? Wow, with the fighter? Wait, did you stream last night, Vincino? Let's choose this.
Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions and get the hell out of Martinez.
Why are you so aggressive?
So you were spying.
Listen, you moral.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask. Or
Wait
get
a bit
back
of
to
stream,
your
okay.
commanders.
His madness ended there. Let's try this. I like that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Armed uprising.
Look, a comedian. Do your job. Ask your question.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
Okay. I should talk to Titus then. But not now. Why don't you wait here for the rest of the day until I am actually ready to talk to you, huh? That'll teach you. So there's a... I'm not sure if I want to waste time
Hold a
here.
call box with a matrix
Warriors
of push
25 in
buttons
level
lists
16.
all the
It
companies
all
in
switches
the East Delta Commerce
You're out of
Center.
money, out of potions. Takes you roughly 2-3 potions per month. Ah, man, that's rough. That's rough. Maybe you should restart with the same character. Main hall building A.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then A woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
This is the police. Please open the door.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were...
There's a spot of static that overrides our
But
words.
the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
You just need to try to grab a few replacement magic items to replace your uniques. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Or you can also find them in the new game. Andrew Orlando Hare, SCA.
You ring the doorbell, but no one. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair.
So it's a 1-2 minutes for each of them. We can try them. RT meetups, boxing for young athletes, and gym.
All you hear is static, but no one answers the call.
24-hour window.
You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens.
What an annoying
Try
doorbell.
again. You didn't press it hard enough.
Oh, press again.
Thank you for calling the 24-hour window company. This is an automated message. Are you experiencing a window-related emergency? During non-business hours, please call 00725 477 651. The streets are mean, but we're always there for you.
Kim, do we have an emergency?
No, not a window-related one.
12 name cards on the call box read.
Emma's Fashion Atelier.
You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
Fabron's Taxi. The rest have been burned off.
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore.
Slipstream SCA.
You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything. You can almost hear them breathe.
Hello, is anyone there?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
This is a woman's voice, crackling and fragile through the static.
Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly. Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
Hold on, Tricentennial Electrics? I thought I was calling Slipstream SCA.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
Sorry?
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice here.
What's happening?
It's a woman, and she knows you. Your heart beats faster. She must be mistaking you for someone else. No, something's wrong here.
This is
Are
crazy.
you sure she's talking to you?
Do we know each other?
Michelle, just please.
She stops and you can hear her breathe heavily, her breath distorted by an ancient static.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Michelle? My name's not Michelle, I'm Harry.
Ever since I came to work here, it's different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally meet again.
Forget about what?
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Hello?
She doesn't answer.
You said it was nice. What's so nice about forgetting?
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
What just happened?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Alright, it's a goodbye then. Hang up the
You
call.
press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
Let's try again. Slipstream SCA.
Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier, and, alright, maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your corner.
Call her again.
There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell. waiting for her to answer the call. It's cold outside, and you can hear the wind blowing into the speaker. There's the static again, whispering like a seashell pressed against the ear.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Hi, it's me again. I want to talk to you.
My gosh.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
Please don't hang up. I just want to explain myself.
It's you. My gosh. I didn't think I would hear your voice again.
Wait, is she...
Didn't you already say that the last time we talked?
Michelle, just please.
Even her breathing, the way her voice drops when she finishes the sentence sounds exactly the same.
Why did you even call? I don't understand.
Exquisite.
You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
It doesn't matter what I say, you're just going to continue, right?
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box.
Thank you. Now tell me, who's responsible for this joke?
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
Say nothing.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget about you.
And then it hits you.
You're recording.
She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed.
Why did it take us so long
Her quiet sobs
to get
sound
that it's a
old
recording?
and distant, as if her voice is being played off a wax cylinder. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to be listening to this.
Why does it still feel like it's my fault?
Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance, but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going.
Keep listening.
A phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds.
Is anyone there?
No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before. Glorious and total somehow, crawling inside your head. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows. Eyes like pilot lights watch your shape in dark hallways, guttering.
So...
The strange alien thought pattern ends. The lieutenant cuts in, inspecting the intercom.
It was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve.
Wait, a recording trapped in the circuitry?
I don't have time to explain it to you right now. Maybe sometime later.
Something weird just happened to me.
Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
I'm special like that.
That is true.
Fortress accident, SCA.
Silence. No one's home at Fortress accident.
Revachol Icety.
Silence. No one answers the doorbell.
Main hall, building B, whirling in rags.
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you.
East Delta Pinball, entrance from building B.
Silence. No one answers your call.
Empty card, we tried this, let's try
This
again.
button looks new.
This button looks new. It's
clear. Can we enter? If we equip these, can we enter? It doesn't work like that, I think.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still...
You are correct. I'm not sure. There are plenty.
You could follow.
We should follow the tracks. We didn't last time. Oh, she... Where's she? Where's that place?
What do you see?
We've been through this. Let's try Kuno.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it?
Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
That fucking had one thing majorly wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
A mutant?
Do you remember how he looked? Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
He drills his temples with his fingers in some strange aggressive gesture. What do you mean you threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big.
He performs a kickoff on the imaginary helmet.
Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
You threw it in the sea.
Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
What do you mean, troubadour?
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
You mean Manana?
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
There are contusions all over his body. Did you do that?
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He grabs his head like it's suddenly hurting.
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Contusion is a bruise. I'm talking about the marks your stones left on the corpse.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
He lets go of his head, suddenly feeling better. Sir, you're under arrest for obstruction of shit sniffing.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost. Yeah?
Crime scene.
The kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it?
The dead man's clothes were in the trash container. Point to the container. How did they get there?
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
I need to know. It could be a lead in the investigation. Someone may have tampered with the murder scene.
Listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters F-A-L-N running down his trouser leg.
Wait, I asked you what happened to his clothes. You must have seen them lying around.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around. Except for that you took away. Now you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Alright, entertain me. What's so great about these pants?
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Pants scientists. Believe it, you need this shit.
He unzips his jacket to give you a quick peek at the plastic wrap pants. They are graphite black and look brand new.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready. They will also make you into an idiot.
I might be interested in the pants. Let's talk about this later.
Alright, Pico. Shit's rolling.
His face lights up.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's going to steal all your money, Kuno.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now.
There was also a mug in the trash, showing the mug.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Yes, does this racist mark have anything to do with it?
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker? 'Cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Kuno. Someone has tampered with the crime scene, cleaned some of it up.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug
All
guy
right,
gonna
next.
get tied to the radiator.
Enjoy your lunch, and thanks for the lurk.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching.
She lets out a hiss
Get
even meaner
away
than
from
before.
my Kuno.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Ooh, 15. It is very good though.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
What is ours? 1 electrochemistry. It is good, it is good. Do I want it? I should write down Uno 15 pants +1 2 and physical instruments. If we need those, we can come and buy.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come...
Don't be...
The smoker up there could be a witness. Talk to him. She? Yeah, but how do I get there? I guess we get there from inside. I'm not sure. Do I get there from one of the rooms? Ah. Kim tries not to look at your broken down bathroom door.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor, where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
This is where the magic happens. I'm sorry for this.
No problem, officer.
He takes a step towards the door, like he'd like to leave. So we can't open this still. Maybe that leads up there. I don't know how we would open it. Can we open Kim's door? No. Let's try this door again.
The door is closed.
By the
This
handle.
door can...
Okay, I don't know how we'll get up there. Ask him.
Can I help you?
No. I don't think we can get there from here. Oh well. That's all right. Let's go towards the docks.
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colours nearly meld together.
Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to...
Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kanema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
The machine really puts the loco back in locomotion, points to the vehicle. Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Lieutenant smiles ever so slightly. What's it packing here? Point to the engine.
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
That's what? A 7-liter V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
Lieutenant is trying to suppress a smile unsuccessfully.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
A fine machine. Run your hand over that smooth metal surface.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
There's gentleness in the lieutenant's voice as his eyes run over the vehicle's contours.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Ever thought about switching to helium headlights?
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first.
If we ever get this case solved, maybe we can do it together?
Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
He replies with an apologetic smile and nods. Do I want to say this? No. Okay, let's move on. Let's move. Or maybe I do. Would he like that? No, he wouldn't like that, right?
Inside, we see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Let's talk to Sylvie.
Sylvie Mana. Yes. Hello?
Hey Sylvie, it's the police again.
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
Do I actually?
You hear
nothing?
Anything else I can add? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Okay.
Roger that. 10-10, over.
Let's go. Nothing new here. So, there was a bookshop here, right? Yes. The book appears to be erotica, but without actual erotica. So, I don't want to come here yet. The west part. Let's re-explore where we explored. You know, this south and east to the docks. We skipped a lot of options at the pawn shop too. Let's take a look at them. This was...
What a shirt.
What, 2?
All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders.
You know what, let's get this. It's just too real.
Welcome to Hyundai, officer.
+1 conceptualization, -1 suggestion. Instead, +1 physical instrument, +1 shivers, -2 authority. My authority is terrible. It can't go lower, it's already 0.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Let your gaze run over the streetlight.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Is that a streetlight?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
Where did you get this?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans in so the pawnbroker doesn't hear him.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
He pauses, studying the lights. Can we actually buy this if we had 700 real? I can't imagine us having 700 real.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets.
Inspect the blue
They're
uniforms.
not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Point at the blue figurines. Are these royalist soldiers?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Inspect the figurines in rags.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Point at the figurines in rags. Are these even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
It's meant to give people hope. Even we can do it.
Maybe.
What was this?
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-travelled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Stand on the tips of your toes to see more.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Shopkeep. This Stereo 8 approved machine here.
Is the Harman Welsh W2.
Oh, we can buy it.
Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
What I really want to know is, could this device come handy in my police work?
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Are you sure this is all in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
Okay, we are not buying it now, it's expensive, I don't know if you'll need it.
Officer, the flashlight, please.
Right, of course. Sorry.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
You might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
Know anything about the Wild Pines representative that's in town?
Can't say I'm a huge admirer of Wild Pines. And I can't say I trust any silver-tongued spokesperson of theirs. Fortunately, I have no reason to get involved.
Wait, what do you have against Wild Pines?
What should I have for it?
Have you met the Wild Pines rep?
No, just people like that make everyone else see the world somewhat askew, at an angle that is convenient for them. Now, you have more questions? Or are we?
Actually, that's all I've got.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Care to share your fear wholly done with me?
Have you tried it before?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care.
I ride fire every day.
Every day? You look the part.
He tilts his head, studying you, then nods.
Here you go, man.
He presents a large cap-shaped object on the palm of his hand. Very odd looking.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained Parolidon. Straight into your gut. Not so sure about this.
Wait, why wouldn't I be sure?
Because it's an anti-radiation drug, and you're a cop. Not a post-apocalyptic scavenger.
I mean, we can take it. We don't have to use it. I don't plan to use it. But will having it have some other effects? Will just possessing it cause something for us? Volition is trying to stop me. Maybe I should listen to Volition. I just started the stream saying that I need more Volition to keep myself sane, right? So maybe I should listen to Volition. I'll be legally obligated to arrest yourself. Arrest myself. Actually, I changed my mind. I don't need any pyro lead on.
I respect your decision, officer. What else can I help you with?
I have other business to take care of. Okay. There wasn't much here. Okay, what's this? Butter sign down.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it.
Okay, let's see what we have for visual calculus, if anything. Actually, I don't think we have anything. Okay, let's just try.
The sign billboard.
Attempt to reconstruct what happened here.
Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber,
the
cause was probably a motor vehicle. These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags.
Look at the crater.
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
Look at the roof of the shack.
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack.
Look at the sloping metal roof panel.
The panel served as a takeoff ramp.
Look at the broken posts.
The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it.
Look at the sign.
The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently.
How recently?
Within the past 72 hours.
Look at the opposite bank.
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
What was the model of this phantom vehicle?
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22.
Why the Caprice 40?
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage.
Why the Linear G22?
Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most to survive that jump.
What now?
You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
The
lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
Any theories about what happened here?
Some top shelf shenanigans. I want to meet the driver and shake his head. It looks like someone was in a real hurry.
What kind of car do you think it was?
So, why would we say either? I don't even remember what was the justification for Linnea. I think it was a Caprice 40.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
I have some ideas about what it might have been.
Oh.
It ought to be someone really cool and courageous.
I suppose that narrows it down somewhat. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
We should bring this driver to justice.
If we must.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this, the lieutenant consoles himself.
I don't have to.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Try the shades on.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your face.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
You're right, I'm too sensible for
Are
those.
you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
Rummage through the box.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
These are all first-rate sunglasses.
Ooh.
Premium design, super material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Okay, conceptualization. I believe I can boost conceptualization somehow. Let's see what we can do. Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought oh yes, I have this. Okay. I have the +1. Better than nothing, I suppose. And it's a white check, so doesn't really matter.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a...
Yes. Ah, I see. A pair of water blue shades. The writing on the left temple says, Sub Insulindig Rendezvous. The frame appears to be hand carved out of bone.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
For the first time, the street vendor's voice trails off as he watches you inspect the glasses. Try them on.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart. All is blue. All right, but these actually make your vision worse. It's like literally being underwater.
Wow, officer. You look so cool.
The street vendor has picked up his pace again as you observe the world through deep-sea tinted lenses.
And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them.
Kim, what about these?
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
Let's write down. Shade Cellar 2.5 +1 electrochemistry. Then for 3 +1 Inlands Empire. Okay, I'm not going to buy them right now. But good to know.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
Browse through the
You
box.
find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand, buy secondhand. Keep the economy moving.
Find something worth salvaging from that pile of rags. I guess we should be able to do this.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces. This jacket is the apex of human evolution. The moment at which man became weatherproof.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's
Composure.
only $4.50 for you, sir.
So for 450 plus 1 composure. And this is what, jackets? Leave for now.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, Ultra series.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Inspect the speakers.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found Ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, Solidarity Aid from the People's Republic of Samara. The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
What about the speakers though? Doesn't anyone want those speakers?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Can't I just buy the sad conquered Samaran speakers?
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
That's why I want them. I think I might be lo-fi socialist junk myself.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
You don't know what I am. I don't even know it myself. I want the speakers.
Well, if you want them...
He pauses for a moment, calculating.
But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Inspect the sneakers.
A pair of found
Now we
Ultras.
gotta buy the
The
sneakers
design
and the
is impossibly
speakers.
sleek and simple.
It's such a great deal.
A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway.
We can't pass
a
it up.
jet black upper and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Done.
Only? That's madness. Found Ultra.
Oh,
We're the
50
future.
real? I thought it was...
You remember the slogan from some magazine?
It was 50 cents. 50 real? It's so cool though. It's just what I want. Motoric skills. 50 real is not gonna happen. But 50 plus 50 real plus 50 cents for sneakers and speakers. We will have to buy that when we have the money. Kim, do you have anything
You
else
see
to sell?
a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool. The customers are cool. The place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool.
He makes both hands
Bang,
into
bang,
finger
bang.
pistols and fires a few finger bullets into the air.
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout a brewing.
Whip him out.
Don't shoot, officer. Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown?
A shakedown.
Good one, officer. You're a funny guy. Now, what can I do for you?
This isn't a joke. Give me your money. I need your money. Just kidding. I'm really here to shake you down for some answers to official police questions.
Then fire away, officer.
Oh, we got a toad. Snapping doesn't help. You were promised a gun, that much is certain. This is why you became a cop. Yet here you are loitering around with idle hands like some sorry-ass loser from the street. Suddenly you are supposed to be solving cases by, what, like talking to people? How are they going to believe that you can protect yourself and them from the savages without a firearm? This ain't right. You need to think around this problem. And you need to snap your fingers at people as you do. I don't think I'm learning this now, unfortunately. Ooh, wow. Rhetoric. Take this off. We are not going to get it, no way.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
But we did get two 28% checks yesterday, didn't we? In a row too.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Hey, you seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Think of it as an investment.
An investment? What kind of investment?
It's an investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio is insane. I'm a policeman. It's an investment in good relations with the RCM.
I hear you, officer. What kind of a sum are we talking about here?
10 real.
Sounds like a fair deal all around.
He takes a 10 note from a leather pouch.
Corruption.
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do?
Where are you from, Sealang?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
Better not mention. Sounds good. Let's get back to business then. But you're not a local, are you?
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerainty, you know?
Yum, apricots are delicious.
The apricot suzerainty is what the Sigai archipelago is commonly known as in Revachol. It's a bit of a fraught term, I'm sure you understand.
No, apricots come from Sigai. My grandma used to grow them. But Sigai is a shithole. That's why I came to Revachol. Here's much better for an independent entrepreneur. Less laws. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Sigai.
Well, if it's for his grandma, you should buy a lot of things.
What kind of stuff are you selling here?
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom.
Is there a discount for cool officers like me?
No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
Do you have a permit to sell all that?
Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits. Just economic freedom. Take a look around.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
Kim, is it true? He doesn't need a permit to sell?
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
Wait, but what are we doing here if there are no permits? Look at Kim and the police insignia on his sleeve.
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders. I am not, however.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the Gossamer state.
A Gossamer State? You're right, this is cool. I'm part of a hip, thin, almost non-existent state apparatus.
Yeah, that's the main thing about you. Freedom is great. It's what lets independent entrepreneurs like me sell quality goods at competitive prices.
Where'd you get those comfy pants?
I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
That's all then, let me ask you something else.
Anything for you.
The food packages you are selling have humanitarian aid written on them, how come?
You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook. No
I'm not
hassle,
harassing him, man.
really cheap too.
I'm trying to
Buy
learn.
some, try them out.
I'm getting education, if you will. He's teaching me. Good to see you, Mama. How are you today? I think one said not for resale on the packaging.
No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers, an extremely reputable guy.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
Does your supplier drive that Humanex lorry over there? Point at the lorry with the big Humanex sign on it.
What?
Street vendor looks up over his left shoulder and stares at the lorry as though he's never seen a lorry in his entire life. Just beat a boss in Wolong that took you 6 hours over 3 days. I don't know that game. I've seen it's being played on Twitch a lot, actually, lately. Is that a new game? Why is everyone playing that game? I have no idea what that is. But it sounds impressive, like 6 hours to beat any one thing. But congratulations. If you like Souls-likes, it's fine. No, I don't like Souls-likes, not one bit. So that is why everyone's playing that. It's a new Souls-like. Okay.
Look, officer, I'm just a retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
The lieutenant whips out his blue notebook and makes a note.
We'll need more if we're going to pin this one down, he thinks. Good
I'll leave you to it for now. Okay, there's nothing here. Let's go talk to the other lorry drivers.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Empathy.
What's up?
Got any smokes on you?
Nope. Don't smoke.
He does towards the big lorry behind
Some
him.
of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Hey, isn't he, like, smoking right now? The smell is in the air.
Sure you smoke. You're smoking right now.
Okay. But this is my last one. And it's a bad habit. You should quit before both of us have lung cancer.
Are you sure you don't already have lung cancer?
Empathy. I don't have... Did I get any skill points? No. I need 10 more experience. You might put the next skill point into empathy. Because I think I have another empathy check waiting. No, I don't. I don't actually. I'd better get logic, in fact. Let's talk to this dude again.
Looking for something, Hunt?
Got a smoke?
No.
He's got a smoke right there, in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit out of his fat fingers. You need it after listening to his garbage.
You are smoking one right now.
It's my last one.
You hiding smokes from me?
Why would I do that? I'm an honest man.
He puts out his cigarette and flicks the tiny stub toward the street. Cool. Rub your hands together. I changed my mind anyway.
I bet.
His cool gaze pierces deep with noxious effluence wafting in the surrounding air.
Sorry I couldn't be of any help.
He gives you an ambivalently mocking half nod. We are done. For now.
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Insert your bottles.
Your bottles clunk into the machine and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
That was so worth it.
To the left of the croissants and juice, look at it, detective, and be ashamed. Until you make it right by legally purchasing that raincoat, I'll make sure you feel guilty every time you see it.
Now I have to buy this pretty plastic raincoat with three T's. But it's so expensive. +1 endurance for 4 real? Not worth it at all.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled.
Not interested.
A colourful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
So what is the difference between this most expensive alcohol and this cheapest alcohol? They give the same bonus and penalty. Intellect. What is intellect? Logic, encyclopedia, rhetoric, drama, conceptualization, visual calculus. So I can drink alcohol and try these. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to do that. No alcohol, no smokes, and no psychoactives. Only magnesium and the health drugs. We are going clean. We are doing the sober run, if you will.
An old mod.
This woman, we couldn't talk to him before Kim stopped us.
The woman still has her eye. No response.
Okay.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Look in the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia. Fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you, making your eyes sting. The odor mixes with cigarette residue.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crowned with wavy rays.
What about the back seat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
There he is, in front of Rita, smoking nervously, hoping it's over.
Okay. Maybe we got new options with him now. Also, I wasn't able to find the humanitarian track. Let's find that track first. How did I miss it? Oh, Humanox. Okay, it's this one. Where's the driver of this one? Wait, the thought appeared, didn't it? Weird. This is better. Interfacing. Electrochemistry is better. Half-light. Electrochemistry is better. Split the core. Shivers. This is better. Physical instrument shivers. Conceptualization. Let's put that one on. Reaction speed rhetoric. Okay.
Looking for something, Hunt? Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick
Wait,
up
how
some
long has this
cargo,
been going
but
on then?
The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month. 2 months, maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of car are you supposed to pick up?
Apples.
Fair enough.
Fine.
He's given you the runaround.
It's not...
Not sheep. Ostriches.
Suit yourself.
No new options. Oh, I should talk to the kids. Traumatize her again today.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Does Fritte have a warehouse in the back of the Berlin Racks?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
Come on, give me something to work with here.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
She turns back to her magazine without waiting for you to respond. Why are you so rude, kid? What did I ever do to you? Let's talk to this dude.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! When a bunch of beats me.
There's something odd in the way his shirt is far too small. He ignores, silences the answer.
Okay.
There's something off here, but he won't say what.
Honest, we came. I have a. You think they follow because we were main gates locked, and I don't mean the scrawny mess punk. Yeah, that giant up there on the bridge you talked to, head measurer.
Hey,
Don't let
Unlock.
the workers
Welcome.
by.
Good
The
to see you
access
again.
panel is right behind him.
How bad could one guy be? You seem capable.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke, and my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters. Like civil...
It would be...
No!
Nothing new with this guy. We can't do anything about his clothes. Let's talk to Maniana about the armor piece.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Kuna told me you were supposed to know about the armor.
The little boy had a good on his promise.
His promise?
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
How is this going? I am very much enjoying it. I'm loving it. It's amazing. I'm doing my best not to reload. Sometimes it feels difficult, but I manage. Sometimes it feels difficult and I just reload, try a check again. I think I've done it twice so far. I'm trying to not do it at all. But yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's difficult to realize that I'm not getting most things done. I'm not managing most of it, but it's what this game is, and I'm really looking forward to finish this playthrough and restart off stream. Restart with a better, you know, more optimized and successful run and see different things about the game.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation.
Let
Official
us
Union
indulge
probe, you know,
your
track it down, see
disgusting
who took it.
lust.
Tanya.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
To probe into the armor, what did you learn?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
What sort of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the
Our
cuirass.
third one was a super optimized
This
run
is where I
where you
left
think you
off.
got every scrap
Too
of
much
exit there
hassle.
was, and ended up
More
seeing
like a
some
job
pretty
for
cool
some
stuff.
Elysium.
But now you want to play a super unoptimized run, all drama, Inland Empire, real superstar maniac run. Sounds interesting. 4 pieces of armor up for grabs then, but I already sent the boots away.
I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least.
Hold up, 4 pieces, helmet, cuirass, gauntlets, boots, what about the leggings?
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
I'm going to find 1 piece of it. 1 is enough.
Nice and balanced. Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armored too. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots though. You'd have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off him.
So Kuna used us to what, scare you?
It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
He contemplates taking a swig from his flask.
He thinks, not yet. Better to get this business out of the way. Sweeter then.
Thank you for the cooperation,
No
sir.
problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
Good talking to you. Got on. Okay, so where was that update? I can't find it. Didn't we see an update that said where are the rest of the armor pieces or something like that? Anyway, that's fine. Let's keep talking to everyone. Then we will go to where we have not gone before.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Okay. We won't be able to get past him or have any new choice until we internalize the advanced race theory, which I want.
The unpromising... don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with
You keep
this.
telling yourself
Mr.
that.
Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes
Don't really want to talk to this guy. I want to try something. I want to lie to Everard. Then I'm going to reload from it. I just want to see what happens because I don't actually want to lie to him, but I'm curious about what happens when I do lie to him.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Wait, how hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Did I do this?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
This is really sad. I must have been miserable.
Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping with joy. Let's just move on.
So I wasn't able to find how to get down here. Like, there are things here that I can't reach. Also, let's try resting here.
This is the night watch.
I might reload from this too.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons.
Search for a little something to help you out.
The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They are slightly out of date.
That's the area with the hangsman, but I couldn't reach those two hotspots from there either. Read the side effects.
Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction, critical flatulence, watery blood, black mucus, uncontrollable weeping, increased sensitivity to la opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse. Don't think about that. Quick, think about something else.
Disco, mirror balls, kick-ass moves, boogie beats.
The imagined dazzle of light overwhelms any list of potential side effects. Any negative thoughts are drowned out by the fantastic blast of disco.
I don't need painkillers, I'm at full health. Get up.
You stand and exit the booth.
Okay, we didn't waste any time actually. I'm not so sure that this is the Hangman area. This is the building behind it, behind Kunoes. And we couldn't find an entrance to that building either. Anyway, we will examine those areas now after talking to Everard. Can I retry this? Did I put a point in rhetoric?
You're back before the cargo container.
So take this off. I think that's all.
You're back before the cargo container.
Still impossible.
Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems, and as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric.
It's not impossible.
Maybe you're losing your mind.
It's not impossible. It's 3%. Let's talk to my man.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
I got some questions for you if that's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes. Wisdom. Oh, I'm just making some Sure, mister. Oh,
let's go through this quickly.
So no.
No, but Titus and his boys got into some... Like what, mister? Yes, I'm like... Actually...
Who is the...
A real... But I can't...
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
But we did. This is not new.
Oh, Lizzie, but she's...
For a frac...
If me Mrs. Doctor...
Law school? Could she be talking about the union
so this is new.
AKA the gardener.
Okay, so this is the union fixer, the gardener.
Looks like it.
So I should have done this on Monday. I am a day late because we already learned that the gardener is the union fixer.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip too. Oh yes. Oh yeah, it's...
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guy.
Oh, absolutely, mister. What do you want to know? Oh, that...
Told you.
Okay. We should have done this yesterday. That's a little failure on my part, I suppose. That's okay.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
Okay. Let's say this is what I want to try.
Mr. Dubois, are you shitting me, Harry? Did you not really open the door and are now just telling me you did? You're a wild one, Harry.
Drama challenging. Failed to hide your panic. Took the key from Manana.
Oh, Harry.
Let's try with our highest drama. Which is not that high, but yeah.
Mr. Dubois, are you shitting me, Harry? Did you not...
You didn't say it with nearly enough confidence.
Be it far from me to ever question your integrity, Harry, but you must have opened the wrong door. Next time, please be certain you get the right one. You see, Harry, it only benefits me if you open the right door. If you open the wrong door, then it makes things harder for me, because now you're scaring random people in my district. I don't want them to be scared. I want them to think, wow, I feel so safe. I like Everard. I only want weasels to be scared.
The lieutenant shrugs. He means, fuck it, let's open the door then.
Okay. They're going to reload from this. I just wanted to see. But I kind of also want to see what happens if we succeed, but I'm not going to save Scum. I might open the door, in fact. Maybe. To get his help. Or I could skill up drama and try again, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to do what he wants me to do. But I need his help. You know what? Okay, I will try once more. If I fail, I will keep it and open the door.
Mr. Dubois, are you shitting me, Harry?
You didn't.
Be it far, you see, I don't...
The lieutenant, he means.
Okay. We are going to keep this. Keep this failure and open the door. Oh, can we talk about anything else with
Mr.
Everard?
Dubois, yes, yes. What's that, Harry? You'll get my dear Harry. Harry, you...
Smooth talk?
Okay. There's nothing else. Let's go back. All the way. Yeah, okay, this is the Hanged Man area. You're right. Let's go there. There's an apartment there that we need to get access to. Kuno's father lives there. I want to talk to this woman too. Ah, okay, I see. I see. Well, let's quickly check if there's anything new here today. No. I know where to go. I will come back to this bookshop later. Not now. Ooh, lots of characters here too. Okay, we are going to explore here later. I should also probably try this at some point. There's this wall, conceptualization check.
Just an ordinary wall.
Okay.
The door to the weasel's den.
Let's open it.
Guarded, but you try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. The sound of the key turning still echoes in the yard. Hopefully no one heard. There's nothing else to do than to leave and tell Everard. No conceivable reason for you to intrude on the premises.
Are you sure? What if there's money inside? Maybe there's inconceivable reason to intrude. A small suitcase full of clothes. Guests are staying over. Book titled The Hidden World of Walking Sticks lies open. You can almost feel the warmth of the red sun on the flag.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
What's with the sun?
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle.
What's the sevenfold sun miracle?
It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Oh, down before the flag. Lieutenant, the old flag of the suzerain.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
Don't bow to the flag.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing.
Whoever lives here admires fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles. Oh, logic shard.
A row of mugs sits
Smell
on
of
the
disinfectant
shelf.
in the room.
Each
Smells
one
like
depicts a human
teen
figure.
spirits.
A dark-skinned
I'm
woman
sure it says.
grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others.
Tap on the mugs.
A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. There's something disdainful in the way the curves and lines of the bodies were drawn. The images betray a lack of interest in human beings. They are merely unflattering caricatures.
Well, what do I mean uncomfortable?
The owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities very much.
Typical asshole.
This person is unhappy. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down with a look of disdain.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Whip out your yellow man mug and compare.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes.
Interesting.
Clues
Interesting.
have a way of magically connecting to other clues.
I feel better already about breaking in
Perhaps
here.
you should break into apartments more often.
You really think it's the same person who put the dead man's clothes in the trash?
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
Move on from the mugs. It worked out well, I want to say. Let's have our logic shirts on, so that we don't lose the suggestion. Can we talk to Kim?
Yes?
No. Oh wait, we had a logic check, right? Was it with Kim? It was with Kim. I can put a point in logic and try now. No, later. Later. Please. Can we talk to this guy from here? Hey, mister, open the door.
You see a young man on a balcony.
Oh, we can talk
nursing
to the
a
people who
cigarette.
are on the balconies,
His
of
eyes
course.
have been following you for a while.
Maybe I can talk to that woman on the balcony as well from down here.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice, despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame. No trouble from me, I just want to know what's going on here.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Hey, Knievel. How do you get so many moral and HP bars? You got one of... Well, the health is your endurance skill, and your morale is your volition skill. So if you have higher, then they get bigger, and you don't die so easily. Welcome to the channel. He asks you, adjusting his shirt.
Like a nervous cat.
I'll show you.
He keeps stealing looks at the neighboring.
My endurance is 4. I've got 2 physic base, and I've got 2 points put in it. And my volition, my psyche base is 2, and I got 2 volition coming from a toad. Which,
My name is Legion.
it's a total of 4.
We are many.
Hey, Melandil. Hey, Legion Grey. That and safe scumming whenever he loses them. No, I'm not safe scumming in this game, Melandil. What are you talking about? How are you, by the way? How is the translation coming along? I believe you started, right? What do you call a mosh pit at a disco? A cluster funk. Hey, Legion. How are you today? Good to see you.
I won't ask your opinion, you filthy little mudblood.
You filthy little mudblood.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
I need to get inside this apartment building. Can you help me? Looks like you got a good view of the Whirling's backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Feeling a bit sleepy, but day's been going well. You yet to beat the game. Ah, you are playing the game before you started. Before you start translating. Yeah, makes sense, of course.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did I?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
Yeah, makes sense, Amalando, makes sense.
And when did you speak to
And how
this
is the game? Are you enjoying it?
muscular gentleman?
For anyone who doesn't know, Emelandil is... I'm not sure if you're working alone or part of a team, but Emelandil is translating Resident Evil 4, the new game, into Polish as a volunteer project. They've been translating all of the Resident Evil games into Polish as volunteers, right? As far as I know. And they're just working on the new game.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard again. Old patio chairs and that house plants litter the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing.
What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
I need to get inside this apartment building. Can you help me?
Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. I have to run.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
You are lying.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
You are lying out of your cigarette butt. Alright, we'll talk later.
No. We won't.
He takes one last drag of his cigarette before stubbing it out on the balcony.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
No. Red check. I'm not prepared for this suggestion check. I'm not prepared. I could have worn my suggestion clothing.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side.
You
Throw
are
yourself
not
before his very
prepared.
feet like a dog.
Please don't go. I'll stop drinking. I'll take the trash out. Please don't leave me. What do you want from me? Do you want me to cry, huh?
No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry.
I must speak with you.
He takes a quick step back and looks around, clearly disturbed.
Listen, I really have to go.
I'm sorry, I don't have it in cinema. I decided not to add it, actually. I'm trying to stay within the parameters of games. Mostly.
There it goes. Wasted. You would have gotten at least a few good drags out of it.
Good luck with the investigation.
Okay. We failed with this guy too. As we fail with everyone. Nobody loves us.
He's gone.
The lieutenant puts away his notebook and turns to you. We should run after him, see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we just give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case.
This was a big failure.
There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
I'm sad.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it.
Turn it over.
There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
Continue.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has hundreds of apartments.
How are we going to find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Put the stone back. That was lucky. Were we given the key by the game because we lost our chance to talk with the guy or something?
Trying to sneak up on...
I'm not trying to sneak up on you. You little devil. Okay, I can enter this apartment. I think I passed the hidden perception check. Ah, so I had to stay close and pass a check. Okay, that makes sense. So we can enter this building. Good to know. Very good to know. Let's talk to this guy.
A striking woman leans against the
Hacks.
cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling
That's who
as
I
you
am,
approach.
a hacker.
Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds out her hand over the railing. Shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted,
No
she
problem.
could sink her nails deep
If
into
you
your skin.
cooperate.
Guido.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. The lieutenant is hatching some scheme. It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation.
I didn't get
And
it.
the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
What do you mean, archipelago? What are boats?
We are on Lucayu, are we not?
Still, I haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle.
Yes, it is my first time talking to Joyce.
It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
Okay, but what kind of boat is it?
It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Oh, okay. Okay. We want to throw her off first. Okay, we want to throw her off her game first, right? Then ask the real questions and catch her unprepared. Do you have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act.
Of
Let's
course
try this
there are.
again. Wait, we're on
We're
archipelago?
Yes, we are.
Archipelago?
We are on Lucayu.
Caillou? I thought we were in Revachol.
We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Lucayu. I haven't...
Actually, it's for...
Neither is this. Good.
Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you... Okay, not yet. You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
This... reality?
She pulls her hood closer around her neck. I got so drunk I forgot literally everything.
What?
She chortles, nearly spilling her tea. I went on a 3-day bender and now need you to explain the world to me.
Such an acute encephalopathy. Just doesn't seem possible.
She
Surely
puts her
you're
beverage
joking.
down and stares at you.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Begin with the first? Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
And what is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more about Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
You mentioned the sea. What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Vast, lukewarm, and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
What's the name of this island?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Okay, that's Martinez. What's Revachol? Tell me about another, perhaps even more fundamental aspect of reality.
I would be happy to.
Oh.
We're in Martinez. Martinez, you would be excused for
Okay,
not
that's
knowing
Martinez.
Revachol. Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city is Revachol?
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
What makes Revachol great?
History, detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Okay, who built this city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
When was Revachol built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we are in an unimportant part of an important place.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about...
She points across the water where the skyscrapers
A
rise.
sparkle of lights on the horizon, like morning stars above the curvature of the planet.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Look to the sea.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
She watches you closely as you scan to her eyes.
This is one thought you need to complete.
Really?
Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
But won't I be lazy if I don't do it all now?
Oh, of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
No, we have to try these. Esprit de corps. That's all for
Glad to
now.
have been of assistance. Of course, detective.
We have to try at least that. We have nothing. So what was it that we...
Save game.
Save game? Okay. So I have to... I need to learn this. I guess I have to. The game told me I need to learn this, so... Revachol Special Administrative Region, Le Caillou, the Insulindial Ocean, Coalition Government, Insulindial Mission Command. Name after name and none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something is wrong. You feel like a kid looking at the stickers on the fridge. Truant, the Apricot Company, World Games 34. You can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch at the corners, see if they peel loose. This feels like the most important of all the toads, the one you truly must complete. So for that we have to make up a space. Too bad. I could use these gloves. Let's save.
You're back. Good. What more lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day.
What
Go ahead.
is-
Ask me anything.
What is think of something close to you?
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
What is reach for something fundamental? It's going to stay at 20 even if I boost it, so let's...
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all. The doubt is fully formed in your head. The alien feeling persists. You just can't word the question yet. You have to complete the jamais vu thought first.
Okay. Then we will. What times are these? What is this? Spread your hands.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Keep guessing.
Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea.
What, really?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I meant what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
What is Rue de Saint-Ghislaine 33A?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
She looks up at the crumbling facade.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off. Splat, splat.
From a dilapidated balcony, a young girl in outclothes gives Joyce the evil eye, a red paintbrush held to her throat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is that? Point to Cindy the skull. You wonder if some of these choices are rigged, like if you're hard-coded to always succeed or lose on them for narrative purpose. I don't think so. I don't think they would need to do that, Emelandu.
The girl in the old lady rags?
Yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat, all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
What are you?
What I am not is a basic term of reality.
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
She puts her finger on her lips, then points at you. Too late for what?
For the big time.
Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth. What's the big time?
The revolution.
She says. Ah, and what is the revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Would you say it was a bunch of apes duking it out?
Why, of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intraspecies warfare.
And the apes were the evil?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
Okay, neutral.
On the other hand...
She turns north to the bombed out buildings lining the waterfront, then shivers slightly. Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists... they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
That's a tragedy.
Yes. The Red Deluge. The Insulindian Deluge, they call it.
I hear the deluge too, in my head. Point to your little head.
Yes. An acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse.
She blinks her green eyes. Anyone else get shot in the head? On the opposite side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head. Or thrown beneath a horse. Or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Okay, and by liberals you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended.
Oh, so you were a liberal.
Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
So moralism refers to the foreign coalition coming in here and taking over, stopping the revolution, stopping the war, but also confiscating everything, setting up the status quo. That is moralism.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes I am, and also not. Am I a moralist? Is Harry a moralist? What is this character? This character is definitely not a racist, probably not a liberal. Kinda sorta left-wing, I wouldn't say communist. I guess he's a moralist that is closer to the left-wing way of thought. So could be considered a moralist, but with a more social approach to things. I don't know. I don't know what Harry is. Not just technically, practically as well. I like what I've heard about these people. I mean, I kinda do, but also not. But saying this, Joyce won't like this, so we are not going to say that. Let's say I don't think I'm a moralist man.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
Rooty tooty, pointy shooty.
Fuck your finger pistols. Rooty tooty pointy shooty.
That's the way of history.
When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in 02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
What did this Zarat do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Wow, really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Where did it spread from then? Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer.
She spreads her arms, raincoat flapping in the wind.
Control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is a zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol.
Not sure what this is.
After the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-estuary communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Wait, you are saying it's been like this for 43 years?
Time flies.
What have you been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
That's when they discovered disco.
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Welcome level.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
You don't seem to be thrilled.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just...
She looks at the crumbling tenements, paint flecking from the stone.
We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we played it right.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
No, her first.
I asked you. Who are you in all this?
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
I would have made off with the mineral rights.
You and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do with preventing the revolution. Ah, well. What was, I guess.
Oh, we lost the white checks. Oh well.
They are what
they
are.
were very difficult anyway.
Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Now's your chance.
Oh no, they are here.
Ask her who she is. She won't get out this time.
Seriously, I want to know what you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
Say nothing.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Dios mío, a liberal. What do we say? I don't understand. What's so wild about that?
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. We surrendered the nation to financier pirates. No sane person identifies as ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. I can see we're not so different, you know. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I forgive you.
I do hope so. I do hope we're able to remain collegial despite it all. Tell me, when you look in the mirror, do you not see a monster staring back at you? When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
That's not a very ultra-liberal thing to say, is it? You're a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, ma'am.
You're a smart woman.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
No, or intellectual vanity will be my undoing. So am I.
A smart boy getting smarter. One basic
What
term
is
of
world
reality at a
building?
time.
I guess it is... I'm not actually sure what you're asking. I believe the term refers to creating a world with all of that entails. You know, the history, the inhabitants, the geography, anything you can think about. The cultures. But I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, Emelandil. You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife.
What is this
Now,
acute
shall we return to reality?
encephalopathy?
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
Well, the definition is what I just said. It's creating a new world with all that entails. Practical application would be like, this is Disco Elysium, the world of Disco Elysium is a world building effort, for example. They have created the world, its nations, its history, going from the macro to the microest details, down to the sphere. It's all the effort of world building. But obviously you wouldn't start from this sphere. You would start with the sun and the globe, if it's a globe, and the comets, whatever that has.
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective.
And it's usually done in phases also, you know, think about The Hobbits, Lord of the Rings and Silmarillion. It's got more and more details over time, basically.
In case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio.
Did I ask her about the pail? Well, we didn't get the option 1-2 PC. I know you got a lot riding on me. I won't let you down.
It's not just me, Detective. All of Martinez has placed its chips on your success. I pray we've all bet wisely.
What causes encephalopathy?
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
It's definitely the drinking.
She nods slowly.
Okay, so we cannot ask these. Maybe later.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Do you know something about these tattoos? Let's ask
That's
about
the man
this.
who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos?
Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Okay. Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
What exactly is a billion?
It's a number, officer. A big one.
What's it made of?
It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments.
A wave hits the sloop, she grabs the mainstay for
A
balance.
conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when Pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lormantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
What does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of all cargo in the world? That's quite tender indeed.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each
out.
terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus? I will slay it.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
Leave it alone.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
You mean Jean-Luc, my race mentor? He's a great teacher, a man of virtue. No. So the strike is connected to the lynching?
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
What purpose do these dialogue lines serve? What is their meaning in regards to the overall story? So, we play a character that has forgotten everything, right? Doesn't have memory of anything, even the most basic concepts about life. So that is an opportunity for the player, not the character, to learn about the world. And having these discussions, these dialogues, not only does the character learn stuff, also the player learns about the world. It's the same strategy used in Planescape Torment, basically. You mean Jean-Luc, my race mentor? He's a great teacher, a man of virtue.
Oh, so you've met him. Has he beguiled you with his inane theories?
My colleague has his peculiarities. Let's not go into this particular one just yet.
Of course. To each their own.
How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
What is this? Oh, we got a new one. 15th in Indo tribe. Indo tribe.
And when did you first arrive?
And we got a point, right?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
He looks at his notes.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes, Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Seems like they have no idea about business.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
What does that even mean?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, about what? About anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
The king is dead, long live the workers. That's pretty funny, I have to admit.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What are you going to do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me mañana.
This checks out.
The scabs at the gate. Did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
Let's call them strikebreakers. You put them there, right?
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
What do you think of Everard?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
You sound like you're about to take a rapier to him.
Oh, heavens no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin.
That's Everard, all right.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
I remember hearing something about this Edgar.
Have you seen him?
No.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself outside the Brothers Clare?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She hesitates, looking for the right expression.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
She turns to you.
And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
A giant leech sucking the life out of Revachol.
Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers.
One more thing, you said something happened in the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files.
Some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need here. Let's change the topic.
Of course. How else can I help?
By the way, I've told you Red Claire.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
He is not the champion I have chosen. I wish to swear fealty to you and the cause of capital. I didn't.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually...
She answers her own question.
Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verne-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and nods.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things. Tell her she'll like you for it.
I helped them turn up the heat on the borscht. What? No, we actually removed the alcohol from the borscht.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making?
The cook makes it to keep the strikers drunk, helps them strike.
The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it?
Nope, you misunderstand. I turned the knob like this, turn the heat down.
Beyond curious. I will choose to interpret that as you turning the alcohol in the strike brew down. For the sake of our professional relationship. And because I don't like the idea of them any more drunk than they already are. What else?
Should we tell her? Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling.
Wait, it must be Joyce who got our gun, right? The woman who came in, acted like a cop, but referred to herself as a pig. It must be Joyce.
He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
It must be Joyce. I think I made a mistake. I shouldn't have told her this. Mr. Everard says it's almost ready to be found soon.
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard?
There are no mistakes, only happy misclicks. That wasn't a misclick. I didn't... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not Joyce. I'd rather talk about something else for now.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
She falls silent for a moment, contemplating
The
something.
information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
She turns to Lieutenant's badge and turns to you.
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when I told you I literally cannot remember even the most basic facts about reality?
How can I forget?
One of those facts is where my badge is.
I was hoping your condition was rhetorical, Detective. A questioning technique.
Perhaps it is, but it's also true that I don't remember where my badge is.
I have sympathy for your highly unusual condition, sir, and I believe you. But as it stands, I cannot share any confidential information until I've seen both your badges.
I understand the dictates of protocol, ma'am, but is there no way around it?
I'm afraid not, Lieutenant. These are my employer's orders.
No. If I go out of this, I won't be able to get this option again, will I? You have to try.
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse us for a moment, madam.
Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
I guess I do, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like a horse. A workhorse. For hard work.
What hard work do I do exactly?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
I fucking ride till I die, bitch.
That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer.
Can't say I didn't make that Sealand guy give some of his money either.
Can't say that. You shook him. You're a killer. A shark.
Sure, and I got that giant novelty check from Everard.
Wasn't easy getting that giant novelty check from Everard. Took some ingenuity to get into the harbor, but you got in. And you took that bribe as hard as any cop's taken it.
Oh, and then there's pawning stuff off of to that suspicious Roy guy.
Yeah, you're in the sales business. Shaken for shit and then pawn it off.
I guess I
Law
made some
officer
deals, sure.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
No, I'm actually not.
That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
Why is that? This is hilarious.
Excellent.
Hey, Bennett.
Venus256
Another month for
has
me.
just resubscribed for a total of 4 months. There you go, another month for you.
Thanks, Bennett. I appreciate another month for me. It's great to see you. How are you today? It's because of that guard guy riding my ass.
The guard man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Think, hustler. Think with your head.
Doing good? That's great to hear. I appreciate the resub. It's Pizza Friday, yes. What kind of pizza are you having today? Share with us. Have you decided yet? The system is broken.
Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is
4Gs helped
keeping
me
you
through
down.
all for you.
That's
wow.
not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to.
Enjoy
What
it,
is
enjoy
this?
it, Bennett.
Why
Enjoy
are
the
you so
four cheese pizza. I'm going to admit I'm slightly jealous. There's a market for crowd cops out there, but the American... Okay, let's not say this. Fucking taxes, man.
That's right. 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze.
Really? Every time I sneeze?
Every time you wipe your ass. They got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony. One tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. Here. Total tax duties add up to 98% of all your money.
No fucking way. I guess I'm a free market fundamentalist now. Are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
Bleeding nipples are kind of a pain, but how will the regulation help with that? Opt-in, but only a little. What does it mean, opt-in, but only a little?
It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
That was interesting, okay.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
What did you hope it would go? How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Really? I thought it was going so well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Money engineer.
He doesn't let it show. But there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
I'm sorry for putting us in this situation. I'll handle it.
I'm sure you will, Detective.
What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
You could just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
Let's get back to her then.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Okay, tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quick to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samar to Revachol through the terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The drivers.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
The lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One
It's
of them
the
might be
racist
waiting
driver,
for a
right?
crucial shipment.
She used your knowing look.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight.
The racist one waiting for apples.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded there like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However...
She poses, looking to the sea.
This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
She looks north.
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable. The weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open the drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
What proof do you have that the Union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
You already have some suspicion that one of the drivers was present at the lynching.
The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done.
Okay, I made up my mind about the smuggling investigation.
Yes?
We will take this case, probe the drivers, see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need.
Few more days.
In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
So we
That's the
cannot
man
talk
who was
about this,
killed.
right?
I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the... Better
Fine,
not...
let's just
She wants to.
Wow, this conversation was long. We've been here for what, an hour? Hey, Kafka. Hey, Baldur's Gate North, how are you today? Time to talk to this one.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
Good, that's good to hear. Let's see how the cat is.
But now I know that I must go back to the mansion.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Let's start with your blood type and go from there.
Go where? Accosting a miner?
Listen to your partner, pig man. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
Despite the attitude, she puts the brush aside. You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
You mean Joyce?
On a first name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world.
Hold on, what's a zom?
It's where they grow whores like her. And they're whoremen.
Yeah, I don't like her either.
Pig's not half as dumb as he looks.
She gives you a stately nod of approval. What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
She studies the wall, suddenly pensive. So you don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs
Cafe
go
is just a
home,
joker filtered
and
through
Mona
Japanese
was
culture.
here.
It does kind of feel like that, yeah.
We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Why are you so committed to defacing this building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this, wanna hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art, don't mind us, keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pig
Hey,
spine.
Johnny's here.
Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
How are you, Johnny? It's great to see you. It's going very well. You know, a lot of dialogue, a lot of listening, speaking, reading. We are progressing, but slowly. But I'm loving it. Happy Friday to you as well.
Hello.
How are you? How's it going for you?
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
So you won't talk about the murder, but maybe you can tell us something about the murder victim's missing armor.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Isn't armor art? Art for the body?
Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military grade handwear. Look cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down
Glad
the
it's a
coast from
weekend,
the
yes.
main plaza.
Happy weekend.
Have a good time.
And there's a little girl wearing gloves there.
No, no. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I just told you.
You'll have this game beat before I do. Yeah, I was about to ask you, when are you coming back to this?
I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
I am loving it. It's much more than simply enjoying it. I'm absolutely loving it.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
You'll finish it, but you don't really beat this game. Who knows? Maybe I will be the first person to beat the game. Okay, so there is the bookstore.
Critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Kingdom Come. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Kingmaker. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Tyranny.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the boosts.
Let us indulge your disgusting lust.
Another rare Tanya, the second rare Tanya today. I was worried we weren't getting many boosts today, but we just got one. So there is this building that I haven't entered. There is the bookstore and the 2 NPCs in front of the bookstore. There are 3 NPCs close to the bookstore that I haven't talked to, and then there is the union workers inside the whirling. And then we have to go back to Everard to tell him that we opened the door. We have to also talk to the lorry drivers. There is so much to do. What am I going to do first? Let's talk to these 3. I feel like these are unimportant.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
Which two men to the south? I don't know who you are talking about, very mama.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup.
These 2?
Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
The other one is eating a big sandwich. Oh, okay. No, I hadn't. I am now talking to them.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Shouldn't I ask what game it is first?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
We can do it.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen.
Feel the ball.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
We are the man ball, taking the surroundings.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
There is time for a last glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let's go. Be the bullets. Be the man ball. Man bear bull pig. Aha!
Merde! Bordel de merde!
You jump on here and every time in your house comes and asks you questions, and then the door knocks and it's neighbor wanting the sandwich. The world is sabotaging me. Sabotaging our time together, Johnny.
It wasn't mid. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24 and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak right triceps, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
A man his age getting worked up like that? Better watch that blood pressure.
I'm sensing anger and I don't understand why.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull.
I thought it was shot put.
Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined a pétanque
Butt
game.
kicking, for goodness!
We want our bull back.
Hey, 28.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
Okay, I will try to fix this.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs.
Where am I going to find the
believe
ball
you will
now?
try. Now, why did you approach us?
René, I found your guard booth.
Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night.
I have no idea.
Not
This
out
is
of any
the guard
political
then?
allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He adds with a slight sigh.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Hold on, why are you on a leave?
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
It's his heart.
So who was working your shift that night?
No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officers. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative?
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
He tries to argue.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
René is what one man. We need a program to get all the elderly back in the job market, keep the folks motivated. René should rent out his services, invest the profit, get few more guys, expand and repeat. Wage work is at dead ends. Okay, let's choose this.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
I saw a picture in there. You were in it. Who's the girl?
She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
His features stiffen, and he gets a cold look.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Got it.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard of Rolling in Rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with cops?
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
So, again, you don't know anything?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Was there an earthquake here?
No. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Okay, it's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was there artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He adds, squeezing a bull in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs.
What?
We didn't so, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Why shall them here in Martinez?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Deathblow. Sounds grim.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Is that why everything is so bombed out?
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There's a strange gleam in his eyes.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Foreign powers cleaned up our mess, and now they rule us.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
How does Philip III factor into this? Point towards the monument.
It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. It had nothing to do with anything.
Who was this Frissel?
Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him
Cambria
smile,
vibes from
admitting
Arcanum.
They left the king to the mob.
I guess. Maybe. But Cambria still keeps their... Wait. Yeah, Cambria still keeps their king, right? You mentioned Guillaume.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Wait, Joyce said William ran, and his nephew, Frizzle, was shot in his place.
Yeah, exactly. Commies didn't drag him out. He left when things got bad and let Frizzle to take the hit.
This is communal propaganda. Guillaume would never do something like that. He is Le Lion.
There is not a shadow of doubt in his mind that this is the truth.
What exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
It's no use talking to you.
Oh.
You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
I saw the statue of Philip III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
Cocaine? Cocainum? Sounds like our kind of king. And just imagine what kind of cocaine a king would have had.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again.
You know what? Listening to this guy
happened,
is even more
happened.
annoying than listening to Measurehead. Almost.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind.
New
He is
critical
as
hits
rigid
boost.
as they come.
Amalanduel just
Still in
boosted
that
all this
antique
French
uniform.
accents make me wonder how the
It's a
bot
symbol for
pronounces never winter do.
Never winter due. I'll give you a minute in case you want to boost more. What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revachol's finest years.
New critical hits boost.
I'm
Amalanduel
satisfied
just
with this
boosted DSX
explanation.
Sway.
Sway.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
Alright. Thanks, Amalanduel, for the boosts. What was it about higher realms? Sounds interesting.
It's really not. Please, do spare us the cocaine fairy tales.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
Oh, but it's very important.
I'm satisfied.
Of course.
Philip the
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
Seems like irresponsible behavior for a monarch. Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery, much less rule countries.
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies.
Let's talk about something else.
Right.
Okay, composure. 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 We really have nothing for composure? Really? Oh well.
We are still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
Tell me how you are composed so, sir. What is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud? We are definitely going to get this 42. Definitely.
All you
No,
observe
maybe
is a
not.
veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume Brilliant, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it.
I
Don't
know.
worry.
I am worried. Game, I am worried, game. I'm worried that I will fail at this game.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
You mentioned Jean-Marie Beaulieu. Who's that?
Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in all of Revachol. Maybe the entire world.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest in peace.
There's almost an imperceptibly small tremble in his voice. So you both know her?
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire lives, just 2 houses apart. The 3 of us have been best friends since we were 4. She was René's first girl back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
And then you stole her from me.
He jogs forward but then grabs his chest and stops. Easy fellows, no need for this to get ugly.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago when the 3 of us were just learning to walk and talk.
You stole her from me.
René repeats, trying to steady his breathing and is still clutching his chest.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over her pretty yellow dress.
We were just boys then. This was different. You...
The tall veteran looks at you and nods.
No point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when we have company. Officer.
What happened to her?
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was a quiet passage. Peaceful.
He smiles faintly.
René and I were both by her bedside when she...
He pauses, searching for the right word.
Died. No use sugarcoating it. Won't bring her back. Will it now?
He sharply feels the silence and adds.
Departed.
His partner finishes his
Until
sentence.
the
then
very
chuckles.
hand she couldn't decide between us. The most indecisive woman I've ever met.
Why do you think she was indecisive?
She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite color, or which one of us to marry.
Look in his eyes is happy and distant.
She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married.
Nothing wrong with weighing your options first.
Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
He says with heavy resentment.
He suddenly remembers you are still there, falls silent, and turns away.
Thanks for sharing.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left.
Let's talk more
Sweet,
now.
Of course, officer.
Tell me, what do you know about the dead man?
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
Come on, you must have heard something.
No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the gauche caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Respects?
The old carabiner can't believe what he's hearing. Sounds a bit like you're holding back.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard.
How do you know Evrard?
Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea. There he stands, proud, rigid and alone, like a cracking marble statue.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Are you a Union member?
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me.
In many ways?
Oh, yes.
So you are not an actual member?
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card. But Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate the socialist rabble. But even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
What are the little things you do for Evrard?
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say.
What kind of things do you write for him?
Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I have these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thanks, that's all for now.
No, thank you. For
Pause
being
out there so you could
consummate
watch the first
professionals,
stream and see how you set up
you'll
your
have
character.
this case wrapped up in no time.
Yes. Yes, we check the other sources first. You know, as we always do whenever we start a new game.
Sure, officer. No, thank you.
Looks
For being
delicious.
consummate professionals, you'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
What was your character like, Johnny? It adds high physique, right? Physique, and I don't remember what character you were playing. You chose sensitive. What is sensitive? I don't know the presets. Looks delicious. Point to the sandwich. Can I have a bite of that?
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food. Nothing personal, it's just a principle.
The only one you have.
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The last time you ate must have been, God knows when, aeons ago. Probably when you were still a child. The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. Well made and abundant in components. The author sure knew their craft. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from below. And is that mayonnaise?
Please, man, can I just have a bite?
Believe me, officer, I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep my blood sugar stable. In my age, you need to pay attention to these things.
You can barely hear him. The sweet smell of pickles in harmony with garlic butter and marinated onions
This is going
emanating
bad.
from the sandwich is driving your mind in a singular direction. It must be yours.
No! Please, friend, let's just share it.
Fuck off! It's mine!
He jokes away, immediately started by his own
A
reaction.
glimmer of respect flashes in Rene's
Hunger
eyes.
rises within
Sorry,
me.
officer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. But the sandwich is mine. I'm not gonna share it.
And it's gone.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws? You're a special kind of vermin, Gaston.
14. I will come back for that sandwich, man. I will get that sandwich if it's the last thing I do. You made a sandwich. What do I have for it? Sorry, I have nothing for it. Sorry. Well, I at least removed the hat.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Dragon Age 2. New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Might and Magic 7, for Blood and Honor. New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Pillars of Eternity.
Thanks for the boost, Parrot. Thank you,
Officer,
thank you.
The mere sight of police in Martinez.
Why you got your
makes me
sights on
feel
some old man
safer
sandwich?
already. How can I help you?
It is a roll. It's a 3% check, so we have to do it. That's the only reason. Okay, watch me roll double sixes.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political.
I'm already tripping knee deep in politics, baby.
You really do. Now unleash the fury.
These options seem awfully fascist or communist. What if I don't want to say them?
Say one of these fascist or communist things or fuck off. Whoa, easy there, Goldmouth. He doesn't have to say anything. Re-engage cop mode and bail out, if you like.
Back to police mode, smile and nod. I have some questions, Gaston.
All right. Let's hear them, officer.
Sandwich, we are not done yet. You may have defeated me in this battle, but in the end, I will win this war, Sandwich, against you. So where is this ball?
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Kim, look, bullet holes.
Where?
Yeah, I was checking the water, but there were no thoughts. Point to the chips in the wall. Someone has been shot. If we're cops, we should solve it.
There? Those are old.
What do you mean old?
These bullets were fired during the revolution, over half a century ago. They do not warrant investigation.
Okay. Alright then.
We should focus on present crimes, from the present century.
Yeah, I know. I know where, Mamo. I remember. I checked all of the coastline. I mean, this pier line, and I mean, I don't think I threw it over here. We probably cannot find it this way. That's okay. Okay, what is this? Enormous bulls worthy of a real man. Oh, can we pick one of these up? Oh, we need a proper sized rock, right? Is that what we need to do? Enormous balls. Let's find the smaller ball if we can. Let's look around. Nothing. Let's talk to this person. It's probably uninteresting. You memorize the title, lose 78 rages. This seems important. It takes willpower to even read the author's name. Jan Kaus from Igawina. I don't know. Is that loose rages you're reading?
Yes, a sci-fi.
She says without diverting her attention from the book. Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Shouldn't a working class woman be working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something
I don't
to
know.
read.
She looked like a generic NPC, you know, just standing. I don't know why I said that. She is reading books. She must be uninteresting. Interesting people don't read books, okay? Phenomenal.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Do you need the help of a policeman?
What with?
He tries hard to focus on the book stand.
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing.
Maybe your husband is missing.
My husband? No, he's not.
So where could he be?
I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
So what I'm hearing is you don't really know where your husband is.
Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time.
Wouldn't you like to?
No.
She looks you straight into the eye. Her right foot is tapping nervously. What are we doing? What are we doing? I can totally help you find your missing husband. We are creating stupid side quests for ourselves. First the ball. Now the husband. I can totally help you find your missing husband.
Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband.
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's okay.
It's okay.
What?
It's alright to not know where your husband is. Nothing shameful in that.
Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. My husband is not missing.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else.
Maybe your children are missing. Maybe your cockatoo is missing. Watch her browse books.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
Maybe your children are missing.
No, absolutely not.
Her words come out quick as gunshots. Okay, so where are they?
Are you a policeman or a nanny?
I police whatever I want. Where are they?
They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance.
They are at home, right? Smoking cigarettes.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends down in Jamrock. There's nothing to worry about. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now.
I'm afraid the danger is now greater than ever. Tell me, how old are they?
My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning 18 next month. But we shouldn't even be talking about them.
And can you describe me their appearance? Any features that stand out? Something to make identifying Elysium?
Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing? That they're in Jamrock, safe and well, at some stupid party?
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunt it down.
It's for the investigation. I'm trying to be professional.
There is no investigation here. I can tell you that.
She picks up a book and tries to concentrate. A flock of seabirds passes by. Maybe your cockatoo is missing.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Ma'am, I was asking about your cockatoo. Is it missing?
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
What?
Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing.
Alright, cockatoo not missing. I just wanted to make
Great.
sure. Just one more question. What did you mean by me being a cockatoo?
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Thanks for the tip.
Wonderful. The store is open.
The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
See, chat, we got a side quest to read about cockatoos.
Jamais vu. Derealization.
Well, we couldn't convince her that something is missing,
Jamais vu.
but,
The opposite
you know.
of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
+1 experience for every orb clicked. I regret clicking on so many orbs right now. All intellect learning caps raised by 1. This is amazing. I'm glad the game made me pick this up. I'm really happy about this. Very, very great, very beautiful, very useful thought. Yes, this is the sort of thing you'll be aligned towards on future playthroughs. I absolutely understand why it would be the case on a fully optimized playthrough. You rush to Joyce, get this thought. I don't think I would play this game ever like that, but, you know, it's good to know.
You're back. Good. What can I... More lessons in basic reality? My favourite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is... Reach for something fundamental.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it, in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is
it? Elysium.
Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't feel like I have got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
How about Isabel?
That's looking less and less likely, Detective. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG. Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
A dark grey corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh my god, wait, what the hell are you telling me? The pale, and what do you mean corona? Let's say
you seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
Her voice becomes warmly calm. She lets a moment pass. The pale? And what do you mean corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Fractured Corona doesn't feel like it's gonna bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Doesn't sound like any kind of disco I'd like to go to. Well, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
You said pale. What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
No.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I don't want to. I want to know what the pale is.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise.
Oh, he's going to have to be
Let's
patient a
continue
little
with
bit more.
something else.
Okay.
All right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Ask for Kim to step away while you discuss the pale.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Kim, can I talk to the man alone for a second?
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Now, what is the pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes, what is the pale?
Okay. The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
Okay. Wait, and what's an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
And Insulin Days?
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay, what is the pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here?
No, Detective.
Look around.
We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
6,000 kilometers from the end of the world?
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And point north there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called porch collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
What does it mean, numbers stop working? If you're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
Her lungs deflate, her words sound like a sigh.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
The Pale can damage the mind?
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Yeah, that is indeed very weird, Parrots.
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You are not a civilian passenger?
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am a member of the Entropanetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
What is Entropanetic? What you love is that they made a game with enough weird weirdness that playing weird can be rewarding, but sensible enough that playing sensibly will also be rewarding. Yeah.
Entropanetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has Entropanetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
If you do not?
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is that compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or?
What do you think, detective?
It's growing. There is more and more of the Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
It's not extreme at all. It's going to happen.
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the wild Pale yonder. Oh right, this is something he said.
One and all. They say Pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Let's return to the reality, please.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, Tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I sometimes sense vague shadows of a past, and it's not good.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
This advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. You are right, it's disco. What do we say? What do we think of it? I don't know how you also ride with it. It's a huge accomplishment. Her eyes tense, crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads there, and your heavy breathing.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
This investigation will be my masterpiece, the one they remember me by. I promise.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality
wow.
lockdown, or
you
should
have
we
not
do
passed
actual
out
police
from
work
it?
now?
Could it have happened? I guess it could have happened. It happened from the book. That was fucking insane, Kim. Right, let's get to work,
Good luck, detectives.
I need esprit de corps,
You're
right?
back. Good. More lessons in basic reality. Glad to have been...
Do I have anything for that? I already checked before, but I immediately forgot. I don't think I do. Let's just try.
Save game.
I did. Make a hard save, sure. Let's make a hard save.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
Yes.
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
He says energetically. The Revachol Citizens Militia?
Preciso mundo.
Good, and what is the Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Are we?
We are.
You said de facto.
Yes. That means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
So I'm basically one of the good guys. So I'm basically going to avoid this subject and ask this question in this line of inquiry. No, I'm basically one of the good guys.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
Linsen.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, They are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the International Zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative.
She smiles.
They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
She bows and smiles.
Nothing more nor less than the de facto.
Yes, we...
Yes. Permit me to conclude with this. And if those authorities glad to have been of assistance.
I think we did all we can with her right now. So it is slowly getting late in the day 2. There's still a bunch of things we can do. We can go into that apartment. We can go into the bookstore. There are 2 more NPCs outside. We can go back to Everard. But the most important thing today, I think, is talking to the Union folk. So there's this NPC and this NPC that I think we'll talk to. I work hard, I play hard. Nobody works harder. Okay, this was the generic NPC. Let's talk to this one.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. I am the law. Hi.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
She stomps her feet to feel warmer.
I am the law!
Is it okay if I ask you some questions? What kind of a store is this anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
Okay. Don't be ridiculous, I know all these things.
You're fooling nobody.
Don't you sass me.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now.
Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
Who is that? Point to the woman browsing
Oh,
books.
that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed.
Why is she distressed?
I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or
See,
helpful.
I knew it! I knew it! Her husband is missing. Who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or
Aha.
artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
He scratches her cold reddened cheek, then continues.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
What about her cockatoo? I bet she has a cockatoo and lying about it. Reading those doesn't make the readers more famous, does it?
But it does make the famous people more famous.
He smiles gleefully. Famous for vain people, I have better things to do.
Okay, sir.
What is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
He smiles at the thought, perhaps imagining herself in that
Or there could
situation.
be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about the book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Yeah? You think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup?
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
She pauses, trying to figure out the appropriate answer. No, think about it. One where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination. Only it's really long and drawn out, scarred for life. Phantom limb.
No, I don't know.
She looks at you with puzzlement. Does it ring a bell? Alright, I'll ask your mom.
Yes, she knows books. Definitely.
We are traumatizing every girl Every kid.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your forebrain? You clearly have issues you need to address.
Yes, I know.
Later, when you get the chance, you should address these issues by getting drunk. That'll show them.
What about when everyone is poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
What about a poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
That's enough romance for me. I had other
Maybe
questions.
some about other books?
What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register, or organising the stock.
The girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide, as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
You are cold. Can I help in some way?
Kind of you to offer, sir.
She doesn't know what else to say.
What could you do to help her anyway?
I should have a word with the store owner, maybe.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
She stands upright and smiles like a little soldier. Shouldn't you be at school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important than this?
Mum says it's necessary to do both, because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed? In what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
He's looking for the right word. Ass up. Bankrupt.
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
This sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this. Narrow your eyes and look through the creaking boards on the window.
We can go
hey,
into the bookstore
hello.
and ask about the case. But
How
I
are you
don't
today?
see much more to look into here.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
What do you know about the other failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
How does this curse manifest itself?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were asking about romance novels.
But Kim, the plasmic manifestations...
No such thing.
The lieutenant stands at your side, stern and serious.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
The girl looks back and forth between you two. Enough about the curse for now.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
What is this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Sangnif, I tried to take the sandwich, but I failed. I believe you were referring to that interaction on Wednesday, I think. Why would anyone want to read about crime?
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
She examines you as if to find something policeman-like. Ah, well, what does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
He points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. One does not simply take the sandwich. It took you 2 hours to catch that whale. Well, we will try again. We failed the white check. It's not your body that's important in police work. Anyway, it's your...
Head? Yes.
No, your mind.
A quicksilver mind. This Mullen guy looks like he needs 4 hours just to come up with a single idea.
No, he's wicked smart in the stories.
Sure, when the author does all the thinking for him, real policemen have to think and act on their own.
Like you, sir. Of course. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir.
Ooh.
Like in the books.
Okay, I'm going to deduce something now.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Hey, why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks weary.
She knows where this is going.
You don't need to be worried, I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest.
Tim, watch and learn.
A facade of true professionalism.
Watch and learn.
He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Her eyes flash with defiance. She's not impressed. Once more, but I can figure out why you bite your nails. I got a few reasons in mind.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
You're upright. You're uptight because of your mother and the pressure she's putting on you.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
Either way, another ace deduction by the #1 detective in town, baby.
It was okay, sir.
She's still got a rebellious streak.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You think so? Fine, do better. They do something about me.
You're quite sober.
She snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Wait, how do you know I'm usually not?
Because you usually aren't.
And I'm having a grand time.
I sure hope you are, sir.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted
that was
by
a,
the early spring
That was
breeze.
a burn, serious
She
burn.
smiles at you.
We are defeated by the girl.
The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. Somehow, there's something you're missing.
Suggestion. Let me put on my suggestion gear. So that we succeed for certain. My amazing suggestion equipment. Do you see this blue jacket?
Hi, Ace Detective.
Watch the
Are you here from
jacket.
the books?
Watch the jacket, Annette. What are you missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
You have absolutely no idea.
Jackets.
Familiar? How?
Jacket, you
must
failed
have
me.
Forgotten something you heard again.
The shirt? Wait, what shirt? Did I have a suggestion shirt? No, it's -1 suggestion. What are you doing, Sagnif? Are you trying to sabotage me? Are you trying to sabotage my suggestion efforts? Shame on you. No, I know what you are up to. I know what you are up to, Sagnif. You are trying to sabotage me. Suggestions are just a really bad one. Alright, it is time we talk to these people. We have made them wait enough. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short bio break. I'm going to let you watch some clips and run a quick ad. So I will be back in 2-3 minutes. Then we are going to talk to these people. So, be right back. Choo choo. Choo choo.
Have you seen a young woman with a Latin guy?
Maybe. I don't know.
What do you mean, maybe I don't know?
I have...
Hey, are you alright? Oh no, he's dead! He behaved so strangely when I asked about Nico.
I know,
and
he
Kai.
died. That's so strange. He must have been guilty of something. And it would be her. I don't care, he's dead. Hopefully I don't need to gather my party to venture forth.
You must gather your party before venturing forth. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Hi.
Don't pick at it, Max. It's too hard to get back in the socket.
Jimmy, I don't know how I got here, but I'm sorry for all the things I said. Don't worry, baby. Now that you're back in my life, nothing can stop me now. I'm unbeatable.
Thanks for the glove, Jimmy.
I'm feeling full of the Christmas spirit already.
Where to, Sam?
We're off to the north.
You are one of the patrons whom he helped, but you can't bring yourself to open the gates. Wow, that's loud and long. You don't want to give the labyrinth another chance. Another chance to take it. Really, game? Really? I will enter this room, not that. Okay, I changed my mind. Alright, I'm back. I am back. So... what might we need against them? Reaction speed could be important. Rhetoric could be important.
Welcome back.
Esprit de corps, shivers. I don't see any of these being important. Could be though, who knows. Logic? Yeah, maybe we will need to catch some inconsistencies between what they say. Play them against each other. Well, logic could be useful. One poll? Oh, you have a good point. I actually don't know when to start the poll. When should I start the poll? How long do you think this game will take? Chats, what do you have seen me play this game the way I play. You know how long the game is, how much there is to do. I don't. So how many streams would you think this game will take for me? $40 hours? There's a chance you must push it to the finish line next Friday. Oh, are you serious? If there is a chance, even if there's a slight chance that it's going to end next week, I will start it after stream today. I mean, I would want this poll to run around 2 weeks if possible. A week and a half or so. So I think I will start it after stream today then. 40 hours would be 7 streams, which kinda is the same thing as what Parrot is saying, right? Next Friday would be 36 hours or so. Yeah, I will start it after stream today then. So fair, I don't think we will need this. Electrochemistry, possibly. I mean, I'd rather be slow than fast, so... I'm not trying to be slow or fast, I'm just trying to exhaust every option that I see and talk to everyone and explore every place like I always do. I know a true 100% is never possible in this game, But I think I'm doing as much as the game allows me to do. As close as we can get to 100% in a single playthrough. Well, yes, they will. I don't think they can change. These options will remain, you're right. Drama? I don't think drama. But visual calculus is even less important in this case, right? Inland Empire, electrochemistry. Composure might be important. Physical instrument, this is not important. Interfacing, that is not important. Half-lights, I don't know. What was half-light again? Let the body take control, threaten people. Oh, do you think it will be important? It might be more important than electrochemistry. Suggestion half-lights. Suggestion is, you know what? Let's, instead of esprit de corps or shivers, let's put on suggestion. Physical instruments, shivers, authority. I think authority might come important, but this... Empathy is also... No, we won't be able to use our authority here. It's impossible. We can't use our authority on the Union. They know the police are useless in this part of town and that they are in control. Even if we weren't shit at authority, we still wouldn't be able to do anything with it. So I think we keep the logic. Wait. Physical instruments, shivers. No, I think we keep logic. Conceptualization, suggestion. Conceptualization is important, but I think suggestion might come important and logic is also important. So, our tools. Yeah. I know it doesn't have any effect, but I'm going to put it away regardless. Ledger of failure and hatred. I will put the flashlight in their face. Alright, this is as prepared as I can be. I guess I can buy the composure jackets. But no, suggestion should be better. Alright, let's talk to this woman again, but I don't think there's anything new. We will talk to Titus.
I've got nothing to say to you. Like I already told you, I'm a legal... I suggest...
Even though she has excellent control over her...
No. What you want is of no... Aggressive? Listen.
Fuck.
So ask what you came to ask. Or get back to your commanders.
Okay.
Let's.
Alright, it's time. Can I try this again, by the way?
Behind the dockworkers, a
I can.
height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
I can, but it's so tough. It's so tough. It's basically a check of 17. It's the -12. We have a +1. So we have a 6. We have to roll... what? We have to roll 11? So what is it? 50%? But it was impossible. How does that work? Anyway. Oh wait, no, don't talk. Points. I've got 2 points I can put somewhere. Where do I want to put them? Rhetoric. Rhetoric might be a good one to put it to. Suggestion. Logic, rhetoric. There are 2 rhetoric checks. Maybe let's put a point in rhetoric, re-enable those checks, and also rhetoric might come useful. Nice. And suggestion. Let's put a point in suggestion. Enable 2 checks there. And suggestion might also become useful in this Alright, great. Great. Now I'm ready.
This is where you say your bid.
A broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
He and his men carry themselves like giants. You'll need to prove your mettle to be taken seriously.
Metal!
Detective.
Luton acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you. Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Cross your arms.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
The little guy looks at his mates in disbelief.
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
The lieutenant turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. First, we need to talk about your attitude.
Wow. The RCM sent us some big dick cops.
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in the wind.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell a dick that big what to do.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
He says thoughtfully.
Yeah, gave him real nice big dicks.
Yeah. Anyways.
He wraps it up.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
Scan the room.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Wants the world to know he's a macho man. Tobacco chewing and knuckle cracking. Who else do we have here? Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian in his late 30s, early 40s. And then standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. A little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
Where?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important.
It is.
Let's call this
Maybe he's a
one
guitarist.
musician.
And the little guy?
Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face. Mean, watery eyes. And 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is missing. The odd soul?
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here.
He sizes you up.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
He shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire. He
You
really
must gather your party before venturing
Hey,
forth.
Draven! Draven. Hello, Draven. Hello, Raiders. Let me mute the game. Hello, take notes. Draven and the cats have pounced. Oh no! Luna and Baron are attacking. Take cover, chat.
Take part in the tourney. May we bring victory to House Wolford. We need to be on the lookout for shiny things. I didn't see a shiny thing there, but we picked that up.
What game is this? It looks so beautiful.
We're just going around stealing everything as usual. What's that? What's a cat? We found a.
I'm very well, thank you, Raven. I'm better now that I've got a raid from you, and you arrived with your community. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate the raid. I'm welcoming everybody. The game is going very well. I'm getting on well. I'm really enjoying it. We are making slow but steady progress. You know, we have been talking to a lot of people, long discussions, debates, and dialogues today in the game. We haven't done much other than talking, actually. We've been talking now for 5 hours non-stop almost. So yeah, really enjoyable. I'm really having fun. You think it's triangle strategy? I never heard of that. It's probably a JRPG, right? It looks like a JRPG. I don't know any JRPGs. Yeah, I'm enjoying it for sure. So how are you? How did your stream go? Wait, what were you streaming? You were streaming Chorus. Let's see how long we can stay connected in Diablo 4. What does that mean? What does that mean? Are you also playing Diablo 4, Raven? And what is Chorus? I never heard of that game. What kind of a game is that? More of a tactical RPG. You were streaming some Diablo 4 to start, then Chorus. Ah, I see. And how are you enjoying Diablo 4 so far? Did you like it? Did you enjoy it? Let me go back to the game.
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
So for those who haven't been to Draven's channel, go pay him a visit. He's a variety streamer but plays a lot of JRPGs. He does a lot of first looks into new games too. A really calm environment, chill stream. I really enjoy his streams. I spend a lot of time there whenever I get the chance. Yeah, definitely pay my visits. And for those who don't know me, I'm Mitral. I play a lot of RPGs and I play a lot of point-and-click adventures. Today we are playing Disco Elysium, our 17th game in the RPG series that I call Critical Hits, where the community chooses what I play. So we started this on Wednesday. This is the 3rd stream of it. And as I said, we are making slow but steady progress and having a lot of fun. Oh, you're very welcome. It's the truth. It's not just random words out of kindness. It's what I feel. And that's the least I can do. I got disconnected from D4 beta about an hour in. There was a 2-hour queue. Ah, I see. Yeah. The game isn't out yet, right? I don't know when it's going to go out. I don't plan on playing it, but I would like to watch some of it, I guess. I would watch some of it, yeah. But I'm not buying it. It's too expensive. And I'm not interested in anything Blizzard puts out anymore, honestly.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's
Jim?
a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
He points at the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
The lieutenant adjusts his spectacles.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick.
Of course, Raven.
You're
of
here
course.
for
Perfectly
the pretty
understandable.
boy.
Thank you so much for the raids.
Look at that one. Stinks like shit, too.
I really appreciate you coming by, stopping by, and go have some fun, relax, rest before heading to bed. I will see you next time. Will you be streaming tomorrow?
They love him, boss. Spend all day digging around in there.
Perfect,
Can't
perfect.
get
I will
enough
be
of
there.
that
I will
pretty
try to be
boy
there.
smell.
For sure. I'll see you then. Take care.
Funny, but my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there why is there a container belt around the dead man's neck?
Container belt? Like we use in the harbor?
Yes, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him. We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his
He's
neck.
lying to his teeth.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
Squint your eyes, but there's a catch.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
You murdered him just like that, no remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing. We don't want to say this because they didn't kill him. I mean, we don't know if they killed him or not, but they didn't kill him the way they described, that's for sure. Yes, but these are all bad people, criminals, scum of the earth.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to him.
Let's listen to all of these, but we are going to... This is the big thing. Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Address Titus. No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
Point at Elizabeth. I thought she did.
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid are you?
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't that right, fellas?
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
The fixer turns to remind Titus.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over.
Moo.
But you know what?
Moo.
He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it over.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
The lieutenant goes in for the leg sweep.
Moo.
Titus does not see it coming.
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clubbed him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up.
Things aren't quite right here, are they?
Actually,
No.
they're admirably,
No.
surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way.
How do you fail this? How do you fail this? All of them? Maybe one of them is fidgeting, cracking under pressure.
Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Right, I have other questions about the lynching.
Like what?
But no, okay, this is where I use my intervention as the player and I reload. Because while I believe in random successes for low rolls, I don't believe in random failures for high rolls. If that makes sense. I'm going to reload. I'm going to get that check. Why? Because I want to be successful in that dialogue. That's why. And that was over 80%.
This is where you say your bit.
We will do that again. I would feel too uncomfortable if I didn't reload there.
Detective.
Hey dipshit.
What is he?
Hey asshole.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
What? Real?
Yeah.
Must be some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might want.
These guys do a head count. Start once the and in the far corner. Step on. Let's call this one size. In conclusion, exact.
The fuck is with you, fella?
What?
Or
Actually, boy.
This she.
Shut up.
So
that's you're not
good. There's no point in pushing it further.
So
they
funny.
Okay.
But my
contain because weed.
There's a catch hidden.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have.
How many? Or send them to reunion to rot.
Rest assured,
Do you think you could do that?
Who do you fucking think does?
It was
this.
Yes, there are some you do.
I know.
known.
Yeah.
Quiet. No. But
That's enough insinuation for today.
How did you kill him?
we.
The autopsy. The lieutenant.
Yeah.
That's
Make them a bit more
Okay,
uncomfortable.
we are getting it
Then
this time.
Titus is solid as
Nice.
a rock, and so are a few others. But
First, tell me who's solid.
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
Who's cracking under pressure? This one, he's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They've smartly kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the
A
chain.
single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
Alright, keeping going long enough, so let's ask these first. Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the victim out?
My fucking elbow, copper. Samaran boxing style.
Where did all this action take place?
Right fucking here. The fucker started coming to our bar, asking for it.
Hey you, turn to the big guy. You having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy bursts out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
There's something you are not telling me.
And fuck you too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuinely trying to look out for Angus. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Right, I have other questions about the lynching.
Like what, Copper?
Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out of line.
He repeats, Joe clamped shut like a vice.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Hold on, how do you even know he was in Special Forces?
Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm Oranese goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all."
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
He points at the stage.
This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Besides crimes against karaoke. Right, but what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
He wipes spittle from his mouth.
There's a slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of
Yeah,
information.
this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming, "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
But he was knocked out with an elbow. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted, raped, you said?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
Right, but who did he rape then? This is a very serious allegation.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
How does the bullet in his head factor into this?
Huh?
A sip of fear makes the surprise go down easier.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
Another sip, he's tight-lipped suddenly.
This line of questioning is over. You've got the cause of death already. Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination.
Why don't I just arrest you? Step closer to Titus. I don't think I want to say this. I don't think I want to say this. So what are we going to do now? This is not going to help. Or maybe it will. Will it? Who knows? Maybe it will get a reaction from one of these. No. We don't have half-light or authority for this to work. So what are we going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
The lieutenant closed his notebook.
Done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
This is not happening. This is not happening. No way. No way. I want to talk about the hanging again.
Just...
Good one, Titus.
Let's try this. Why don't I just arrest you? This is going to end with less authority We are not going to say
About
that.
fucking time.
You still haven't explained the bullet I found in the hanged man's head.
You still on about that bullet? A bullet in a hanged man's head. You're right, Copper. That is mighty curious.
Indeed, mighty. How did it get there?
The lieutenant is fixed on Titus.
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads. It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
I'm gonna ask you again, why was this showdown the bullets in the victim's head?
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
I think the hanging was a cover-up for the shooting.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet. Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Did you guys shoot him?
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Don't worry, we will figure this out sooner or later.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
He crossed his hairy arms, having forgotten his beer for a moment.
It's not like you blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there somewhere.
Again. About fuck.
Start once the world's sitting across, and then the emblem in the far corner. Standard working boot. Steel reinforced
What did he say about
toes. Size 44. 40-something. On his neck. Let's call this size in the middle. Heaving. In conclusion. Exactly.
The fuck is with you, fella?
So how do we get this? This is going to be impossible. I'm going to take off now. It's going to be impossible. 16 authority? There's got to be another way. What can we do? Get rid of this. That's not going to help. Well, let's talk to her.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Are you the hardy girl?
I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
Get a grip, Glenn. She went to law school.
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
No, Glenn. They aren't. I said...
Even though she has...
No. Talk to...
Can I talk to them? I cannot. I can only talk to Titus.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
This is the best we can get. Basically. The only way we are getting it is rolling a 666. Which is not going to happen.
Again. Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert dominance over you.
Not in the arresting mood?
His mean little eyes come alive with hatred.
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer. while the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve. There's a knife in there. Some of the others reach for their belts. Their eyes are light.
You confess to murder. I'm taking you in. Step even closer.
Look, coppers, I know you think you're doing your job here, but there are 7 of us and 2 of you.
That's an Easter 50, a Ziemsk-made monstrosity. It'll blow your head clean off.
You're under arrest. Grab his wrist.
The last thing you hear is a little murmur. Not a blast, not an echo. No one screams. It's more dead cops. Sad news from the district of Martinez as the bodies of 2 police officers are found floating in the canal. It is believed the officers were pursuing a murder investigation, but got caught in the dock workers' strike and were gunned down under unclear circumstances. Such needless loss of life is truly tragic, a local union leader, Everard Clare, commented, and added that although the event is truly horrid, we can expect similar incidents to follow if right-wing vigilantes are allowed to run around uncontrolled and try to wriggle their way into well-organized neighborhoods.
Nice, nice. Glad I saw this. Glad we get to see this. And glad I saved. Okay, so there's no way we are getting the authority check.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
But we can try anyway. We can try the 3%.
Establish authority, yes.
What did I roll?
Authority. Feverish
4-6.
thoughts race through your mind.
Kim, I need your gun. That's it? That's all I got?
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
Kim, I need your gun.
Why? This is not what he thinks it is. This is a great idea. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either.
Everybody calm down. This is only a demonstration.
What in the name of fuck are you doing?
I don't want to give you my gun.
The fuck is happening, Titus? What are they whispering about?
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
I know what I'm doing. It's not my first day on the police job.
Police job?
He tilts his head to once to the side, as if inspecting you. A brief moment passes in silence, then...
Be careful, it's loaded.
He gave the gun. He unholsters and gives you his firearm. It feels oddly light and buzzing in your hand, like a funny toy.
Good. Now put it in your mouth.
Wait, what? But I want to point it at them.
I want to point it at them. Quit your whining. Everyone knows how to do that. You're a special man. You're going to point it at yourself. Go ahead. Show them.
Put the barrel in your mouth. That's the only option we have.
What are you doing?
The short, cold barrel touches your lips. It tastes like iron and hell.
Fellas, you getting any of this?
You will never forget what happens in 5 seconds if you don't respect me. You better get ready to fucking respect me in 5, 4, 3. I'm going to kill myself now, you fucking whore. Pull the trigger. I'm not fucking this case up. Finger on the trigger. You will respect me. These are my toes. This is my head.
What in the name of motherfuck?
He looks closer, squinting at you.
Acidic taste on your lips. Corrosive. Once as a child you put your tongue against the rail. It was winter. That was a long time ago.
The fuck is he saying?
Some insane shit.
Nothing. Give me the gun.
You will never forget what happens in 5 seconds if you don't respect me.
Fellas, the cop is really threatening to off himself. This is insane.
No, that is not what is happening. This show is unnecessary. Give me my gun now.
You better get ready to fucking respect me in 5, 4, 3.
He's not gonna off himself. Come on.
No. He'll do it. Go ahead, son. 3, 2.
They want me to.
Kisses, kisses, kisses.
Uh-oh.
No. Give it to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. It's not too late.
Volition
We can still
stepping in.
spin this as some kind of tactic. There will be no spinning. Do the honest thing. Pull the trigger.
Really? Authority is telling me, my non-existent authority is telling me to kill myself. I'm not fucking this case up. You will respect me.
We'll solve the case. Look at me. Don't worry. This demonstration is not helping at all.
Inside the small mechanism, you can hear a spring tensing up.
Yeah. Cause I sorta wanna see that shit.
You won't, man. His fucking balls ain't big enough.
No, we are not doing it. We are not doing it. Give the one back to... I'm actually going to reload. This will have never happened.
Thank you. Nothing to worry about here, people. My partner likes to play these jokes. He's what you call dark.
He is infinitely grateful to have that gun back on his belt right now.
Dark? What the fuck was that, you carnies? We haven't seen RCM in 4 years, and this shows up?
I knew he wasn't gonna do it, though. I knew he'd pussy out.
No. I still have my money on him. Sooner or later, he has that look.
Oof. Hi everyone, did you like my funny joke? The fucking horror left me, I know it. Let's say this. We are going to reload anyway.
Do not think your failed suicide attempt will win you any pity from these men. Do not expect them to forget it soon either.
Again, it was a dark joke.
5 experience?
Maybe we should go for a little walk, Joker, before we continue. Jogging around seems to have a positive effect on you.
Yes. Get the serotonin running.
Wow.
Keeps those bad thoughts away.
That was a rough scene. I didn't expect that to happen. Let's reload. Let us reload to before that happens. Alright. So I don't really know what we can do now to establish authority. We can never reach 16. We can talk to possibly Joyce again. But I think we had some checks that we can try. Lena, Annette. Gaston. Was Gaston Martin? Oh, yeah. I remember. Let's start with Lena.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you've studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Cryptid extravaganza? I like the sound of that. Okay, Kim, just one little cryptid, promise.
He nods and assumes a waiting posture. Cryptids, cryptids. Let's hear about all the interesting cryptids. Ooh, tough choice there.
Ooh. Is that the cryptid on this pan you gave me?
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo.
War story?
Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva.
Wow, with its saliva?
Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight.
Alright, parrots. I'll catch you next time then. Go get some rest. Thanks for being here. And there was something about an undiscovered subspecies of man?
Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
I knew it, Kim. You are not human. I'm pretty sure Kim is the same species as us. To suggest otherwise is stupid. Kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor and that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners. What does it mean? This might be rude against the lady, but let's say that.
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today?
No. Are there any invisible cryptids?
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
But Kim, don't you want to hear about another cryptid too?
The lieutenant pauses, thoughtfully. Something in him breaks.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Heck yeah,
Well,
my man.
The answer is yes. There is an invisible cryptid.
What's that?
The Col de Mama d'Aqua, or Thin Whisper of Sound. And that's precisely what it seems to be. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. It's very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Could it be here? Right now?
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
And what does it sound like?
Like nothing. It's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other animals. It could be ringing right outside your window and you wouldn't even know it. Could be anywhere. Everywhere, even.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
What evidence is there of this animal being a sound?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 1920s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
Songbirds.
The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls.
She transforms, when speaking about these strange animals, into a confident woman.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama d'Aqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Wow.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them.
Name them?
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mama d'Aqua they followed individually.
Why is the Mama d'Aqua so afraid of us?
That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
Extinction?
They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mama d'Aquas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
They cancel each other, but if they are phased opposite.
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good at the explaining things thing.
They can amplify each other if they are in the same phase also. Both can happen. Depends on the phase. They amplify each other.
No, dear. They cancel each other out.
That's wrong.
And these tests were performed so recklessly that
It all
when
depends
they
on the
happened
phase.
upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Koltamamadakwa population anywhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though, ma'am.
I'm glad you did, dear.
Interesting. What about
what?
What's the most dangerous cryptid?
The gnome of Jeroma.
The gnome of Jeroma? That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
Maybe they just went away. What did this cryptid look like?
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of these very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
He says mostly to ourselves.
Alas, always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
Seems very convenient that it just disappeared and nothing like it was ever seen again.
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. Their disappearance is most memorable, and they are least likely to be found again.
What's the tiniest cryptid?
Cryobacter catlensis.
Cryobacter catlensis?
Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Kotla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago.
What's so special about it?
The bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history. Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life.
Wait, she injected herself with it?
Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea.
It's actually a little hard to see, but do go on.
You mean there's an immortal geologist wandering the world?
Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream.
There were more.
Yes, a bacteria. Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life.
Immortal bacteria, immortal geologist? That's too wild.
Wild, yes. Impossible? No. Although, everything has a price, sweetie. After Mijanou treated herself, we can assume that she
What's the biggest
been
cryptid?
That would be the giant of Kokonur.
She says as if it's common knowledge.
The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
Wait, what do you mean strange light?
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
It does not elaborate the nature of this luminance further. And just how big is it?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
Is it dangerous?
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Hui. No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Great. This is great shit. You need more. Gravity anomaly? Dig in it. Dig in this parascientific stuff right here.
Man, I just can't get enough of these cryptids.
I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if you get the chance. He's the real expert.
You know...
Of course, officers. I'm glad you like...
Okay. What else? What else? Annette's suggestion. It's the bookstore kid, right?
Was that? Could it be the Calder No. It's probably just your
no.
imagination ringing in your ear.
Is it? Is there ringing? Listen more closely.
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always?
There is. It's your nervous system. Listen closely first.
There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species.
Keep listening.
It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
Hold very still and hope the bird comes to perch on your shoulder. Wait, Kim, do you hear a high-pitched noise?
No, I don't hear the Koldomama Dakwa. And neither do you.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf.
Hold very still and hope the bird comes to perch on your
Oh
shoulder.
no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
Come back, please.
Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
I'm not going to bother with that at all.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
What are you missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
Because you know each other.
Yes.
She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Hang on, so you know me? We met before?
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time.
He sways back and forth on her feet.
You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Apologising to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong.
Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
What do you mean better? I look like shit. I doubt that. Thanks, I'm trying.
Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
Does that mean I've been partaking in narcotics?
Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
So why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin with?
I didn't know I had to do that.
Thanks, I've learned something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Okay, so what else? We won't be able to do this rhetoric, but what the heck, we can try. There is no reason to not try. But first, the sandwich.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get
I'm
too
not so
late.
sure about this.
That is all.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's fail with the container also. Three T's, how idiomatic.
You're back before the cargo container. It's drawn, and as it's always been.
No. What else? We can try the authority. I think we need to find either the woman who was raped or the woman who was harassed at the karaoke. Oh, one character I haven't talked to, the smoking woman who was at the balcony. Is she still there? I was trying to make my way to the balcony, I failed. Then I noticed I could talk to people, NPCs, who are not at my level. I did it with the man who was at the balcony, but I didn't try it with the woman. I forgot. I talked to Carla. Who is Carla? I didn't talk to her today. I talked to... No. I don't mean that one. Not that one. I mean the smoking lady. Where is she? I don't remember where she was. I think she was here? I'm not talking about the graffiti girl. Oh right, this woman. I cannot talk to her from here though. And I don't know how I can get there. I don't think I can get there. I tried getting there from this balcony. I can't climb there. I tried that. I can try again. But I'm pretty sure it's not that. I think it is this woman, the one we talked in day 1 who was smoking here. I think it's that woman. Oh, maybe I can talk to her from here. Like, can I? Hello? No. Doesn't work.
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant gives he doesn't like with it.
Okay. Let's try talking to the manager.
Can I help you?
Another thing.
Yes?
No. We can't ask him about the karaoke incident. So there's a bunch of things we can do. Let me take notes before I forget. So we can go to Everard's for the open door. We can enter the apartments building. Since we found the key under the rock. We can go talk to... what was the name of that woman? The fixer. No, not the fixer. You know what? Let's go to her now. Oh, bookstore, yeah. We have the bookstore.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
I could use a coat like that. The rain is freezing.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day.
Okay, there is nothing to do with her. Oh, drivers, yes. Drivers for the case. For drug case. Ask around for his apartment. No, this is the man. This is the man, not that woman. First, you should find a vehicle. We can buy this right now if you want. No, wait. He wanted 500? Something stupid like that? This we can't do. Bruno lied to you. Return and confront him. Okay, this is something we can do. I'm not going to do these quests. Find a way into secret passage. Don't know how to do this. Yeah, okay. So the next bit we gotta do is, I think, clearly the main thing we have to do is establishing authority with the Titus and the Hardys, but I have no idea how to do that. I cannot do that. I cannot pull off a 16 authority check. I think I have to do something else to get a bonus with that check. I don't know what. Might be finding the, you know, the victim woman, victim of the rape. So I don't think we can do that right now. Instead, we have to do something else. Hey, Wars is here.
I think
Welcome,
we're
Wars.
having a real moment here.
Oh, Stan. Just discovered Stan.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Some checks are not going to pass in this case unless you are built for them. Yeah. Oh, 15. We can buy this. Hey, Wars, how are you today? Good to see you. I'm afraid you caught the end of the stream. I'm about the end. I'm just doing some final things. But yeah, glad to see you. Even if it was at the end. I talked to Manyan about the armor.
So?
He told me you promised to sick the pigs on him. Oh, he said to thank you. Wasn't too keen on chasing down that armor anyway.
Fuck, okay. Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Wars. That was nice of you.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello!
Look, pig, Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Good idea.
Yes, let's move on.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
very well,
Kuno
thank
said.
you. Really enjoying
Don't
this
be
game.
saying what Kuno said back to Kuno.
Doing
Get the fuck
well.
out of here,
How are you,
Alison
Wars?
Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
The fuck do you want? Good call, pig.
Okay.
Yeah. The kick. Yeah, whatever. The fuck about your test.
Get lost.
So we can buy this. It's good pants, but if we buy it, we can pay tomorrow's room cost, but not the other days. So I will not do this for
Kuno
now.
doesn't.
Instead, what we will do is I am going to save an end for today in front of that apartment so that I remember we go there at the beginning of the next stream. Unfortunately, I seem to be failing at that part of the main investigation. I cannot assert dominance, prove authority in front of the Hardys. Unless we do something to boost that somehow. Did I ever cash Eracha? I did cash it, yeah. Oh, you know what? I should go to Everard now before ending. Talk to him first. Talk to Everard first. See where it leads with the gun. Maybe we get our gun. Maybe he found the gun. And maybe we can learn something from him, actually. It seemed to be connected to the lynching. Actually, it seemed to be connected to the lynching, right? Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Okay.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today?
I opened the door you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
I did go inside. Weasel had the flag of Old Revachol on his wall.
Exactly the kind of fascist memorabilia I was expecting. Weasel probably prays to it every night for the downfall of the Union. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
There was a collection of colonial mugs there, and I found a similar mug in the trash with the hangman's clothes.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best.
Is he manipulating me?
With the power of politics.
Is he manipulating me? Maybe he knew that I would go in that house. See the mug, see that it's the same mug. How do I ban this? Okay. So, okay. Listen. I think he knew I would go in and see that he's a racist guy who had the same mug that was found in the trash can with the clothes. And maybe I would think that guy is responsible for the murder, while someone else is. I think he's manipulating me.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder?
Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you.
But this weasel might have cleaned up after the killers.
Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this, but he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
There's more to police work than whacking an imaginary baton.
Of course, Harry.
Baton.
I'm not a real police officer. You are.
I heard a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about
it. By now, I'm sure you figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
I'm listening.
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
Wait, they moved the container?
Yes. I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Who exactly did the pushing? Wait, the whole neighborhood isn't on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
Who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, Socialist democratic fervour drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land. He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
There was a bullet in the hangman's head.
So they shot him?
He sounds pleasantly surprised.
He was shot in the head before he was hanged.
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into that yard.
He doesn't know. They lied to him too.
What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my 2 little policemen. Godspeed, policeman.
How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company, after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal. He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange.
You mentioned the lawyer girl?
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Alright, I met these Hardys. Can you ask them to cooperate with me?
But of course! It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Okay.
Also,
okay.
Harry, here's 5 real.
Wait, why are you giving it to me?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
Needless to say, this is another move. Don't take it.
I don't need it. I only wanted you to help me with the Hardy Boys.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Good talk. Let's conclude for now.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, things are changing
and of
right
course,
now.
I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Yes?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left? So you have to be a social democrat? He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are. It's another crap scheme, isn't it? You know what? I'm going to start facing this guy, confronting him. This is another crap scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right. I do what my heart tells me to do.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal for you.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
He thinks he can force you into his scheme. You can turn this around on him if you accept.
Ian, what do you think of this?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But he thinks it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Where is this place exactly?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
What will happen to the current occupants?
They are just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Are you 100% sure that no one's going to end up homeless?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour.
I think we can turn this around several ways. Fine, if I happen to be there, I can ask them.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water lock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun.
I think we can blackmail him or turn this over to Joyce. Can we go over a few details concerning the murder again?
Most certainly. By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
I met Joyce, the company represents too.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Just pals?
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you find your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
Are you sure? I find it a little odd.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice.
You are not nice, though.
Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
You're anything but nice.
Okay then, positive emotions it is. You like positive emotions.
I told Joyce that I met you.
It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine.
What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Gaumont?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
You called him a midget.
Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Funny, Joyce didn't mention any casserole.
Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
He knows we can't get to him, so, you know, he just mocks us
If
openly.
it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
Alright, Joyce seems to think that the Union is lowballing her.
Yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Why won't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Okay, let's talk about something else.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization.
Sure.
I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock.
You're singing swordfish
clock?
clock?
Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
I'm told the Union is involved in the local drug trade.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat Guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
No, I am not.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what?
He perks up.
I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again later.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
That's me, Mr. Reasonable. Someone's got to keep it sane around here.
The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
First, where is this Kingdom of Conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
Ooh, I like this one. How do you bring about those circumstances?
Incrementally. Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed.
Shut up.
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day.
Uh-oh.
She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually.
Is this a religion?
Increment by increment.
But what about all the things that are wrong now?
Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future. You may never live to see the Kingdom of Conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep working. What rationality? What sang-froid? What benevolence? What a fucking joke.
I love this. I love this. I'm going to do this. Wait, what is the Kingdom of Conscience really about, doing things or just preserving the status quo?
Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed?
No.
Then you've never lived through real chaos. Sometimes, in the face of great disaster, defending the status quo is progress.
Okay, but what's the Kingdom of Conscience actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
I liked it more before all of this. I'm not exactly sure what this means. Does it mean we strive for no change, or does it mean we strive for rationality and betterment in the long run? I will opt in, regardless.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Alright, let's get there eventually.
That's right. Remember, real
Do I want some basic info?
is just around the corner from
Yeah,
Rachel.
something really
When
basic
that
would
real
be
democracy
nice to
kicks
remember.
in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
I have 2 points. I could open a slot for that. Heartache is powerful, but democracy is subtle. Incrementally, you begin to notice a change in the weather. When it snows, the flakes are softer when they stick to your worry-worn forehead. When it rains, the rain is warmer. Democracy is coming to the administrative region. The ideals of Dolorian humanism are reinstating themselves. How can they not? These are the ideals of the Coalition and the Moralist International. Those guys are signal blue, and they are not only good, they are also powerful. What will it be like once their nuanced plans have been realized? Yeah, I got it. There are a lot of choices, thoughts, and dialogue options associated with the 4 ideologies present, which are communist, capitalist, fascist, and moralist. So yeah, I got it. So this is the moralist one? I guess this is the moralist one. I wasn't sure about the moralist if it was a 4th one. I could clearly see the communist, capitalist, and fascist ones, but I guess the neutral ones are the Kingdom of Conscience. So it's the centrist. It's the Dolorians, were they called? And it is represented by the Coalition and also RCM. So if you make enough neutral dialogue checks, you get this thought as an option. I mean, I like this, and I think Kim also feels like this, if I have read him correctly. But I'm not sure about the religious aspect of this. Yes, I made the communist one also. I made enough choices for that also, but I'm not learning it now. I am considering learning this though. Kim was a moralist back in the day, he told you on the balcony. Yeah, I guess you're right, you're right. Now he just believes in RCM, right? RCM is his whole life. But he's still closest to this one. I don't know, I kind of like this one. Obviously, I don't know what the bonus is. I don't know if it's worth opening a slot for. So far, I am happy with all of these. Maybe not this. Maybe I can forget this. Maybe I should forget this. Learning cap for pain threshold. I'm never going to put 6 pain threshold points. But it's also not bad to have. I mean, it's not hurting me. So why forget it when we can open a new slot, right? You know what? I am curious what this will lead to. Let's learn this. It's the same cost to forget and to unlock. Yeah, there is no reason not to unlock when we can still unlock. I guess when this is full, then we will have to consider forgetting. Because they don't actually have penalties, they only have bonuses. And we will keep our 1 skill points. Okay, okay. Hey, hello, Psychonotron. Did I read that right? Psychotron. Welcome to the channel, and thank you for the warm welcome to this great city, the nation of Revachol. Olda Mama Dakua. Wait, what is... Which one is that? Is that the capitalists? No. It is decrypted. I don't know what this is. I'm not sure what this is. Sharpening. Oh, maybe it's going to... it's going to give me... perception, right? It's going to give me perception. If I learn it. You know what? It might be worth it. You are going to have to sharpen... Keep listening, sharpen your ear. You heard it, the mystery is called Mama Dakua. You are certain that you did. Well, maybe not quite certain, but let's say you're hopeful. Because it would make you very special to be the only human being who can hear this invisible incorporeal bird, this animate whisper, this particle of sound. You are going to have to keep... This animates, right? Animates. You are going to have to keep listening, sharpen your ear. Maybe it's a good idea to learn that. Even though I don't really need to put perception points right now, perception is passive, so I don't know what I'm missing. Maybe it's worth it. Let's learn it. And now I have no more points. Oh well, that's fine. Man, I really should end the stream, but I also don't want to end the stream. Because once I end the stream today, I won't be able to play this game until next Wednesday. There's so much in my mind about what needs to be done. I am going to check something. This game is too good. Yes. 24-hour stream. No, unfortunately no. But I kinda wish I could. I think it's also better to take breaks instead of pushing it. I'm going to check one thing, then we are going to end.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
No. Oh, me and Era talk. He promised you'd cooperate.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You gonna go and tell on us?
I would never tell on someone. Why don't you push me somewhere and find out, Gimp? Should we say this? Sure. Very mature guys. Era sent word, right?
Yeah. I heard him. Now fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the boss man's word. Let me state this very clearly, capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy boys.
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
+2, only +2. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You got +4. You got +4 from bonuses. No minuses. So we got +6 total. We have to reach 16, so we have to roll a 10. Which is what? 28% in this game?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
So it's achievable. It's achievable. It's 17%. This is very tough. Can we do anything else? I am the law. Yes, I am. But no, not really. You may retry it. Okay, let's...
Establish authority. Yes.
That's it, that's all I got.
You're probably right. The others are only there for filler. To make the gun thing pop.
Have I talked to the lawyer? Yes. First you tell me someone's been raped, then you don't say who. That's bullshit.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, alright? We took care of it.
Yeah, I tried the gun
law
scene. It was
handled
ugly.
Alright.
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
You're not the law. I am the law.
For God's sake, stop shouting! Stop breaking things in my establishment! Stop provoking those oafs! They're not going to give you anything, can't you see? I can't have a police interrogation in here. People are trying to eat.
This doesn't concern you, cafeteria manager.
Of course it concerns me if you make this kind of...
Easy, babes. What is this? I can't have a slap fight in my bar. It's embarrassing.
We are deep in forest territory. We need to cool off and re-engage later.
Everyone can see you picked some wrong options. Next time you have to come up with better things to say.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not going to commit to this because every authority failure makes other things worse. So we need to get some more bonuses there, and we will find a way. I think we will find a way, but not today. Today I'm going to stop. Let's make a hard save and end the stream. Find someone to raid. And next week, Wednesday, we are going to continue. We are going to explore more. Think harder. Find something. Let's find someone to raid. Who am I raiding today? We could raid... Let's raid Bennett. It's been a while. So let's raid Bennett. Alright, thanks everyone for being here. I am happy to be streaming when there are, you know, cool people like you in chat keeping me company. Even if you are lurking, your presence is enough. And every other thing is, you know, a bonus. You know, all the chats, all the subs, the bits. I appreciate all of them. But yeah. Thank you so much, and I will be back in 2 days. We will continue and finish Shannara on Sunday. We are going to start Strangeland on Monday, and Tuesday is my birthday, so I normally don't stream on Tuesdays, but I'm going to stream on next Tuesday. And we are going to play something different, not an RPG, not an adventure game, something we don't usually play. I'm not fully decided, but it could be, and probably will be 70 Days to Die. But we'll see, it might be something different also. We are going to decide. And then next Wednesday, we are going to continue Disco Elysium. If you have enjoyed this stream, want to come back for any of the things that I just mentioned, consider giving me a follow if you haven't already. I would really love to see you back. Until the next time we meet, take care of yourselves and be well. And goodbye for now.